After a long time. ඒගොල්ලෝ දන්නවනේ. Online guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
And right. Okay, so seems to be there are several newcomers. So what shall we do for them? අලුතෙන් අපකට මොකද කරන්න පරණ කට්ටිය කියන්න බලන්න. Right, okay. Very good morning to all of you once again. So today, basically, online people, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Right, clear. So the plan for today is to cover up two things. Number one is to cover up the pilot paper versus the previous paper. So last week, it was suggested to release on Friday, but unfortunately, the pilot paper released on Saturday at around 3 o'clock. මට ඉන්ස්ටිටියුටෙන් කිව්වේ ගිය සතියේ Friday release කරනවා කියලා. ඒතර මම ඒක ගිය සතියේ උදේ කතා කරන්න හිටියේ class එකේ, but unfortunately they released the paper at around 3 o'clock on Saturday, where I finished the class at 12:30. Clear? So those things are happening now. So therefore, so basically the plan for today is to compare the previous paper with the new paper and to analyze the structure of the paper. And whereas after we conclude in that, so I will say it will take at least 1 hour, 1 hour and 30 minutes. So after completing that, I will be basically touching upon another important standard in your syllabus, which is SLS 240. Clear? So that's what the plan for today. So plan number one, to analyze, if not, let's say to discuss pilot paper. Then after concluding that, plan 2 would be to discuss SLAUS 240, which is a standard which has been frequently tested at the exam. So for the benefit of all the newcomers who are joining today, we have concluded ethics segment. If not ethical requirements. We discuss about ethical requirement segment, where we basically spend almost good 2.5 weeks. Please, I'm not going to repeat all this stuff again and again. So we are not going to repeat all this stuff again and again. So under the tute number 1, clear? So whoever who are joining today itself, they need to obtain the tute number 1 from the management, and you can review the what you call video segment as well. So where we discuss about 6 ethical requirements. We discuss about independence. Then we discuss about objectivity. Then we discuss about integrity. Then we discuss about professional competence and due care. Professional competence and due care. Then we discuss about confidentiality. Then we discuss about professional behavior. So these are the 6 ethical requirements which we discussed, where we covered this under SLAUS 200. We covered this under SLAUS 200. Then we discuss about applicability of ethics to chartered accountants, applicability of ethics to chartered accountants. Then we discuss about threats to ethical requirements, and we discuss about safeguards as well. So those are the main areas which we discuss under ethical requirements. So whoever who are joining today itself, so I wanted them to obtain the relevant studies text from the management, and I wanted you to review this as well. And remember, this is an area which is definitely testing at the exam. Clear? මේ area එක අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම exam එකේදී මොනවද වෙන්නේ? Test කරනවා. ඒක නිසා I wanted your attention needs to be devoted 100% for that. So you take your time and read the tute, and you basically with the session. And if you do have any further clarifications to be obtained, you can contact me in a future date. If not, if there are any concerns that you need to discuss, you can talk to me on the next week so that I will give you the clarifications as well. Clear? Right, online people, are we clear on this? Online guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Right, are we clear on this?
Yeah.
මං කියප එක තේරුණාද? එහෙම නැත්නම් මට හැමදාම පරණ සෙෂන් එක කර කර ඉන්න වෙනවා. Right, so after discussing this, let me give you a small understanding of what we are going to do after discussing this section. Okay, after discussing this section, I'm going to discuss a very important topic with all of you, which is basically Syllabus 240. So this is what we are going to discuss. Clear? So I just want to explain how the things are going. So basically, upon concluding this section, we should be able to draw a mastermind map like this for Syllabus 200. Sorry, Syllabus 240. Clear? So last week we draw a mastermind map with regard to Syllabus 200. So this is basically a mastermind map with regard to Syllabus 240. So within 5 to 10 minutes, you will be receiving the tute as well. Clear? So this is how you are creating mastermind maps. Clear? So since audit is an open book exam, clear? So creating these mastermind maps are very important. But recently, Institute basically issued a circulation where myself, Chandiman, all the other lecturers are, we do have several concerns with regard to that circular which they have issued. But we are trying to have a discussion with the Institute to rectify that. But creating these mastermind maps are very important since it is an open book exam. තේරුණාද? මේක open book exam එකක් නිසා දැන් මේ තියෙන තනිකරම SLS 240 summary එක. Clear? So if you take your standard book, this standard basically expanded to more than 40 pages. Standard book එක ගත්තොත් මේ standard එක පිටු 40කට එහා පැත්තේ යනවා. ඒතකොට ඒක තමයි මේ mastermind map එකට summarize කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Clear? So for an example, this is open book exam. ඒතකොට open book exam එකකදී there are several books that allowed to use at the exam. Clear? There are several books that is allowed to use at the exam. Clear? But within a period of 3 hours, how you are referring all these books is a big question mark. පැය 3ක කාලය ඇතුළත මේ අර කියලා තියෙන පොත් ඔක්කොම ටික අරන් ගිහිල්ලා ඒව කොහොමද refer කරන්න කියන එක it's a big question mark. Clear? So that is basically one of the disadvantages of open book exam. Clear? එතකොට දැන් SLS 240 වලින් ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහලා තියෙනවා. So let's say there is a question which came from SLS 240. Rather than you basically referring to the pages of the standard, if you do have a mastermind map like this, so that you know the entire picture at one go. මම කියන එක තේරුණාද? දැන් පිටු 40ක් විතර දුවන ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එකක් one by one පිටුව පෙරලා right මෙන්න මෙතන තියෙන මේ point එක මෙතන තියෙන මේ point එක කියලා බලන්න බෑනේ. Clear? So therefore it is very much important for you to have a understanding with regard to the entire standard. So for you to obtain the understanding with regard to the entire standard, So the most logical way is what? To create a mastermind map like this. Clear? So this will be discussed in detail when I'm discussing what? When I'm discussing SLAUS 240. Clear? So SLAUS 240 කරන්න කලින් අපි මේ pilot paper discussion එක ඉවර කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක ඉවර කළා තමයි මෙතෙන්ට එන්නේ. But I just want to give an update. So this is what we are going to discuss today. Clear? So this is basically a mastermind map which covers SLAUS 240 in detail. Clear? So having this mastermind map in your head is very important when you are tackling the exam paper. You got the point? Right. Online people, are we clear on this? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. Someone put the message and telling that please check the speaker. හඬ ඇහෙන්නේ නැද්ද? Someone is asking, do you have a tute for this? Yes, there will be a tute, so it will be circulated within 5 to 10 minutes. Right. Okay. So before we proceed with this, okay, let me move to the initial presentation. Right. Okay, online people, can you see the board?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Risk governance and audit versus advanced audit and assurance. So risk governance and audit versus advanced audit and assurance. Clear? So this comes under the new syllabus, whereas this comes under the previous syllabus. Clear? So this comes under the new syllabus, whereas this comes under the previous syllabus. Right? Anyone, have you seen the pilot paper? Pilot paper දැක්කද කවුරු හරි? දන්නවද මේ pilot paper release කරා කියන්න? දන්නව pilot paper release කරා කියන්න? Right, මේ pilot paper එක බලපු කට්ටිය දැක්කද අපි ගිය සතියේ කතා කරපු මොනවද අහලා තියෙන exam එකේ කියන එක? ගිය සතියේ we discussed about threats, no? Last week we discussed about threats which has been exactly tested at the pilot paper. බලුවද මේ question එක අරගෙන? නෑ. නැත්නම් pilot paper එක කරන්න නැතුව ඉන්න අපි exam එකටම ගිහිල්ලා paper එක කරනවා එහෙමද? අපි pilot papers pass කරන්නේ කෙලින්ම exam එකට ගිහලා මොනවද කරන්නේ? paper එකම ලියනවා. Right, okay. Fine. So your new subject goes as risk governance and audit, whereas your previous subject goes as what? Advanced audit and assurance. Right. Okay. So let me discuss about few differences with regard to the previous paper as well as with regard to the new paper. Right. So when you look at advanced audit and assurance, which is referred as CL1 in the previous syllabus, where now this is referred as CL3, risk governance and audit. Right. So there are few differences in the paper itself. Clear? As we already know, previous paper, it's a closed book examination, whereas this paper is what? Open book examination. Clear? So last time තිබුණේ closed book examination එකක්, this time දෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? Open book examination එකක්. Clear? Right. Simple question. What should be the most difficult one? Open book exam or closed book exams? පොත වහලා කරන එක තමයි පොත ඇරලා කරන එක තමයි. Paper එකේ වන්න කෙටක් ගන්න. So what should be the most difficult paper? Open book exam or closed book exams? නැත්නම් දෙකම difficult ද? What is the most difficult paper? Open book exams or closed book exams? Open book exams are a bit tougher. Open book exams are a bit tougher. Why? Online guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And නැත්නම් ටක් ගාලා කියන්න. Right, so why open book exams are considered as much tougher than the closed book exams? Open book exams අපි අමාරු කියන්නේ closed book exam එකට වඩා. Any thoughts? Time. ඉතින් අරකටත් පැය 3ක් දුන්නනේ. පොත අරගෙන තොරතුරු හොයනකොට ටයිම් එක යනවා. good point. ඉතින් ඊට වඩා හොඳ පොත් අරන් යන්න නැතුව ඉන්නකෝ එහෙනම්. එන පොත් අරන් ගියේ නැහැයි කියලා ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එක මුකුත් කියන්නේ නැහැ. What do you think? That is not the case. No leniency in giving marks, right? Okay, that might be one factor. Apart from that, why open book exams are considered as much tougher than the closed book exam? Due to one reason. In open book examinations, basically the testing category would be what? Testing category would be what? Application and analysis. It's 100% application and analysis. Whatever the theories which you are learning in the classroom will not be tested as it is at the exam in the exam paper. Clear? So for an example, when we discuss independence, clear, when we discuss independence, we discuss about 5 threats which has a negative impact on independence. When we discuss about independence, we discuss about 5 threats which has a negative impact on independence. So what are the 5 threats? Number 1, auditor engage in management decision making process. Number 2, accepting an employment opportunity with the client. Number 3, having a financial intervention with the client. Number 4, having a close family relationship. Number 5, higher percentage of auditor's income depending from one person, one client, are the 5 factors which has a negative impact on the independence. But don't expect that to be tested as it is at the exam. Exam එකේදී අහන්න independence වලට threaten වෙන අවස්ථාවන් පහ ලියන්න කියලා. Exam will never tested like that. So whatever the theories which you are learning in the classroom will be tested through a practical application. Clear? Exam එකේදී දෙන්නේ practical scenario එකක් දීලා කියනවා මෙතන independence වලට threaten වෙන මොනවා හරි තියෙනවා නම් analyze කරලා කියන්න. Are we clear? So I'll show you a classic example. For an example, when we discuss about threats, okay, so when we discuss about threats, we discuss about 5 threats, no? We talked about self-interest, we talked about self-review, we talked about familiarization threat, we talked about advocacy, and we talked about intermediation threat. So those are the 5 threats which we discussed on last week under the ethical requirements. Clear? I'll show you a question which is tested at the pilot paper. ඒකේ යන්නේ intermediation threat එක define කරන්න කියලා. Clear? ඒකේ යන්නේ self review threat එක define කරන්න කියලා. So they are giving you a scenario for you to analyze and justify your answer. Are we clear? But in an open book exam, 100% application and analysis will be tested. Whereas in a closed book exams, there is a certain amount of percentage where the theory will be tested as it is. තේරුණාද? Closed book exam එක යම්කිසි percentage එකක් theories වලට තියෙනවා. Clear? But when you look at from the open book exam perspective, I would say 100% applications and analysis will be tested. ඒකනේ පොත් ගෙනියන්න දෙන්නේ. Are we clear? So if the examiner wanted to ask, what is the definition of fraud and errors? In the exam එකේ දෙනවා, what is the definition of fraud? Clear? ඒ වගේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහලා ළමයාට open book එකක් අරන් එන්න දීලා වැඩක් නැහැ. මොකද බලාලිවීමක් නෙමෙයිනේ තියෙන paper එකේ. Am I clear to you? Yes or no? So basically, the application will be tested there. Paper එක ඕනේ මේක නෙමෙයි. මේක දැම්මපා. ඕන එක නෙමෙයි වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. උදා pilot paper එක වන්න කියන්න. They gave? Yes, I wanted them to print. Yeah. Right, are we clear on this? Got it? So closed book exams, theory will be tested up to a certain extent, whereas in the open book exam, application and analysis will be tested. Clear? In your syllabus itself, study pack එකේ මෙන්න මේක තියෙනවා දැක්කද? In your study pack, they have emphasized the expectation. Expectation එකම තියෙනවා මොකද්ද? Apply and analysis. Clear? So these are the main 6 areas of the syllabus. අපි ඒක මතකද පළවෙනි සතියේ කතා කරන්නේ? I'm not going to repeat all this stuff again and again. නැත්නම් හැමදාම syllabus විතරයි කරන්න වෙන්නේ. Clear? So the institute basically highlighting the expectation to the students. මොකක්ද expectation එක? You apply and analyze. You apply what? You apply what? Theory. Clear? You apply what? Theory. Theory which you learn where? In the classroom. Got it? So whatever the theories which you are learning in the classroom will be apply and analyze at the examination. Got it? Right. Okay. Right. So open book exams 100% focus on application and analysis, whereas closed book exams will have a certain percentage of theory as well. Clear? මේක නෙමෙයි පුතා අනිත් එක තුනක් දුන්නා තුනෙන් හරිය කෙවන්න කියන්න. Right. Okay. Are we clear on this? Okay. Now, when you see the structure of the paper, clear? When you see the structure of the paper, previous paper had 3 sections. Clear? Previous paper has 3 sections. Section 1, Section 1, Section 2, and Section 3. Clear? Right. Section 1, you have 10 multiple questions, 20 marks each. 10 multiple questions, 20 marks each. Clear? This is, I would say, 100% theory. Make a 100% theory. So whatever the theories which you are learning in the classroom will be tested as it is at the exam. Clear? This is 100% theory. So whatever the theories which you are learning in the classroom will be tested as it is at the exam. Clear? Number 2, the second section having 4 questions, 40 marks for the section. So here you will be having 10 questions, 2 marks each, whereas here you have 4 questions, 10 marks each. Okay, so if you want, just let me know. I'll share this presentation as well. Mega තෝරනම් කියන්න මම share කරන්නම් presentation එක. Clear? Right. So in section 2, you have 4 questions, 10 marks each for a question. So the total comes to how many marks? 40 marks. Clear? So this is basically a combination of theory plus application. මෙතන theory කැලිත් තියෙනවා, application එකක් තියෙනවා. Clear? Third section, you have 2 questions, 20 marks each for a question. So altogether, how many marks? 40 marks. Clear? Section 3 එකේ questions දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකට ලකුණු 20 ගානේ, ලකුණු 40ක් තියෙනවා. Got it? Here I would say it's application. ඒකේ theory ගොඩක් test කරන්නේ. Application. Got it? For you to pass this exam, previous paper, you will obtain 50 marks out of 100. ලකුණු 100න් කීයක් ගන්න ඕනද? 50ක් ගන්න ඕනේ exam එක pass වෙන්න. Clear? But remember, if you scored well in this section, I think you are done. පරණ paper එකේ section 1 එක හරියට 20න් 20ම ගත්තොත් exam එක එච්චර worry වෙන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. Because this one is bit of tough. Section 3 එක අමාරුයි. Clear? Section 3 එක අමාරුයි. So therefore, you need to try your level best to obtain full marks for section 1. Section 1 එකට 20න් 20 ගන්න පුළුවන්. Agreed? Section 1 එකට 20න් 20 ගන්න පුළුවන්. Why? In section 1, remember, in section 1, the person who is marking the paper is not having the freedom to reduce your marks. තේරුණාද? section 1 එකේ paper එක බලන කෙනා පුතා ඔයාට ලකුණු අඩු කිරීමේ හැකියාව යාට අඩුයි. Why? If your answer is correct, they have to give 2 marks. තේරුණාද? ඔයාගේ උත්තරේ හරිනම් ලකුණු දෙකම දෙන්න එපේ. උත්තරේ හරිනම් එක ලකුණක් දෙන්න බෑනේ. But when you come to section 2 and section 3, the person who is marking the paper is having the ability to reduce the marks. Why? ඇයි අපි එහෙම කියන්නේ? The answer which you think which is correct may not be the case. ඔයා හිතන උත්තරේ සමහරක් වෙලාවට හරිම උත්තරේ නොවෙන්න පුළුවන්. තේරුණාද? අපි ඔක්කොමලා කරන දෙයක් නේ. මමත් එක්සෑම් කරන ගාලේ අපි ඔක්කොමලා ගෙදර ඇවිල්ලා ලකුණු දාලා බලනවානේ මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ මෙච්චරක් මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ මෙච්චරක් කියලා එහෙම කරනවානේ. මමත් එක්සෑම්ස් කරන කාලේ කරා. අපි ගෙදර වෙලා බලනවා ලකුණු අඩුම දාලා ලකුණු 60ක් විතර දෙනවාද? ලකුණු 60ක් විතර දෙනවා නම් හරි අපි දන්නා එක්සෑම් එක පාස්. Starting from chartered foundation, ending from final level 2, I did the same thing. ගෙදර ඇවිල්ලා බලනවා right මට ලකුණු අඩුම දාලා ලකුණු 60ක් විතර තියෙනවා නම් I am not worry about the exam. Clear? Right. For an example, let's say for this question, there are 4 questions. අපි එක question එකක් ගමුකෝ. එක question එකකට you are expecting, let's say 8 marks out of 10. That is your expectation. ඔයා මේකේ ලකුණු එක ප්‍රශ්නයකට ලකුණු 10න් 8ක් expect කරනවා. ආ හිතනවා ලකුණු 8ක් විතර මේ උත්තරේට හම්බෙන්න ඕන. But if I am marking the paper, I may not give you the 8 marks. Clear? Why? Applications are tested here. The way you apply the theory may not be the correct way. ඒතර paper එක බලන කෙනාට කියන්න පුළුවන් මේකට මට දෙන්න මං ලකුණු 6යි. So you are getting 2 marks reduction. But you can't do that in section 1. තේරුණාද? section 1 එකේ උත්තරේ හරිනම් ලකුණු දෙකම දෙන්න ඕනේ. උත්තරේ වැරදි නම් ලකුණු නෑ. එකක් දෙන්න බෑ. Clear? So that is why you need to score as much as possible for section 1 in the previous paper. Right? Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right.
So,
Okay, now coming back to the new paper. මොකද new paper එකේ තියෙන differences ටික මම මේකට ගොඩක් වෙලා ගන්නෙ නෑ. So we need to go to the paper itself. Clear? Right. So what is the expectation of the new paper? New paper consists of how many sections? 2 sections. MCQ ne. New paper consists of 2 sections. MCQ ne. 32 ගහලා ලකුණු හොයන්න බෑ. තේරුණාද? Got it? Section 1 will have how many questions? 5 questions, 50 marks each. 5 questions, 50 marks each. For a question, you will be getting 10 marks. Clear? Section 2, you have 3 questions. You have to answer 2. එතන optional question එකක් තියෙනවා. එතන questions 3ක් තියෙනවා. තුනෙන් කීයක්ද? දෙකක් තමයි ලියන්න ඕනේ. එකට ලකුණු කීය ගන්නද? 25ක් එනවා. අබ සරණයි ඈ. Got the point? මේකේ easily අඩුම තරමේ ලකුණු 18ක් විතර ගන්න පුළුවන්කම තිබුණා. එතකොට ඉතුරු ටිකට යන්න තව 32යිනේ යන්න ඕනේ 50 වෙන්න. තේරුණාද? මෙතනින් 18ක් ගත්ත ළමයෙකුට තව 50ට යන්න 32යිනේ ගන්න ඕනේ. මෙතන යා පළවෙනි ලකුණේ ධම්ම try කරන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? try කරන්න ඕනේ. That is why this is considered as what? Open book exam. Got it? Based on the recent circular issued by the institute, they are not allowing you to bring the short notes. They are not allowing you to bring the mastermind map. Then Chandi Mogalante FR කරනකොට standard එකේ cover එක ගහනවානේ short note එක. Clear? දැන් මං ගිය සතියේ මතකද ලොකු mastermind map එකක් ගැහුවා අරගෙන. මුළු board එකම අරගෙන. අය ඔක්කොම ගැහුවේ right. ඒක අඩුවතරම sketch එකක් ගහලා අරන් යන්න පුළුවන් කියන basis එකෙන්. Now they have issued a regulation saying that you are not allowed, but we need to have a discussion with them. හරි පොත් පහක් විතර අරන් ගිහිල්ලා ඔය ටික ඔක්කොම මේසෙට තියන්න පැය තුනෙන් බලන්න බෑනේ පුතා. Clear? So life is not going to be easy. Clear? I'm wishing you all the very best for the future endeavors. Clear? I'm not, what you call, threatening you by economy, but you don't understand the logic. You don't understand the logic. Clear? Right. Online people, are we clear up to this point? මොකද මේව දන්නේ නැතුව කතා කරලා තේරුම්න්නේ. මේක ඉන්ෆැක්ට් පළවෙනි දේ එකේ කතා කරන්න ඕන කතා කරන්නේ පයිලට් පේපර් එක තාම එවිලා තිබුණේ නැහැ. Right. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Moving on. These are the recommended open book materials. මෙන්න මේ ටික තමයි ඔයාලට එක්සෑම් එකට අරන් යන්න පුළුවන්. ස්ටඩි පැක් එක අරන් යන්න බෑ. ස්ටඩි පැක් එක අරන් යන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. These are the open book materials. Clear? කාර් එකේ තියෙනවා පිටවස ලොකු පොත් තුනක්. ගෙන්න එක. Right, so these are the recommended open book materials. Number 1, volume 1, Sri Lanka Standards on Auditing and Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Management 2024 edition. මෙන්න මේ පොත අරන් යන්න දෙනවා. දැන්ට 19 එක තමයි print වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. තාම මේගොල්ලෝ print කරනවා ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එක. ලබන සතිය වගේ පොත එළියට එයි printed version එක. I got the soft copy which has more than 1000 pages. 1500 pages. මේ පොතේ විතරක් clear? අර චන්දිම කියනවාද නිල් පාට ලොකු ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් බුක් එකක්. ඒකේ හරි වැරදි බලන්නේ මේ පොතෙන් තමයි. මොකද එයා හදන කවුන්සලර් හරි වැරදි මමනේ බලන්නේ. Yes or no? Yes. අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න. අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න මේ. අප්ලෝඩ් උත් කරන්න. දැන් ඔය පේපර් එක බලන්න එපා. I think yes. So this is basically the standard book no. දැන් ඔය දුන්නු මොඩල් පේපර් එක බලන්න එපා. ඔක දුන්නේ මම පස්සේ පෙන්නන්න මොනවද කියලා. Right. So now concentrate. Second one. Volume 2, Sri Lanka Auditing Standards on Lex Complex Entities. Again 2024 edition. මේ book එකත් අරගෙන යන්න දෙනවා. Okay. මේ book එකත් අරගෙන යන්න දෙනවා. Got it? Number 3, volume 3, Sri Lanka Standards on Assurance Engagement, Review Engagements, and Sri Lanka Standards on Related Services. Again 2024 editions. මේකෙත් තියෙන පිටු 300 ගණනකට 400 ගණනක් දැන්ට තියෙන පොතේ. කොහොත් පිටු 2000 විතර අරන් යන්න ඕනේ. Clear? Number 4, volume 4, a framework for audit quality and Sri Lanka framework for assurance engagement, again 2024 edition. මේකත් අරන් යන්න පුළුවන්. Clear? Then open book reference student version Sri Lanka statements of recommended practices, IFRICs and SICs. දැන් අහන්න එපා IFRICs කියන්නේ මොකක්ද SICs කියන්නේ මොකක්ද ඒවා ඒ වෙලාවට කියලා දෙන්න. Clear? මේක එපා. So this is basically your study pack. මේක තමයි මම කියපොත 2024 edition එකේ එනවා ළඟදී. Sri Lanka Auditing Standards and Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Control. This one. Clear? මේ පොතේ තියෙනවා පිටු 1060ක්. හරියට ගියොත් මරනවා එකෙක්. Clear? ඒතකොට දැන් මේ පොත අරගෙන මේ වගේ පොත් අරගෙන ගිහිල්ලා මේක පෙරලේ නේ උත්තර ලියන්න වෙන්නේ. You got the point? That is why those mastermind maps are important. That is why those mastermind maps are important. හරිද? ඒක තමයි කියලා දෙනම් කොහොමද හදාගන්නේ කියලා. But exam එකට ඒක අරගෙන යන්න දුන්නේ නැති වුණත් but mastermind map එකක් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගහලා තියාගන්න ඕනේ. ඒක exam hall එකනේ අරගෙන යන්න දෙන්නේ නැත්තේ. but exam hall එකට අරගෙන ඇතුල් වෙනකන් ඒක තියාගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. තේරෙනවද? ඒක exam hall එකට තමයි අරගෙන යන්න දෙන්නේ නැත්තේ. දැන් තියෙන regulation එක අනුව. but we need to have a discussion with the institute. but ඒක exam hall එකට යනකන් අරගෙන අතේ තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. තේරෙනවද? so that has to be in your head. Clear? Then for an example, when I'm teaching the standard, I'm not referring to the book no. දැන් මං ගිය සතියේ mastermind map එකක් ගහනවා මම tube tab බැලුවේ නැහැ නේ. ඒක ඔළුවේ තියෙන කෙනා mastermind map එක ගහන්න. හරි. so it doesn't matter whether the institute is allowing that paper to be with you at the exam hall. It's irrelevant for me. ඒක ඔයාගේ ඔළුවේ තියෙනවා නම් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. Clear? Right, but let's see how it goes. Then Code of Best Practice on Corporate Governance 2023. This is again allowed to take to the exam hall. A guide to corporate governance in small and medium enterprises. 2019, again that is allowed as well. Finally, Code of Ethics 2023. Clear? So those are the recommended open book materials which is allowed for you to refer at the exam. Clear? Right. So online paper, the pilot paper is already uploaded. Okay, pilot paper එකට ගිහලා බැලුවත් ඔයාලට පෙනේ section 5 එකේ point number 5 එකේ මේ පොට් එකේ හැමම තියෙනවා. Online paper, the pilot paper is uploaded. ඒක පොඩක් බලන්න.
Excuse me, sir.
The examination will be conducted as open book examination and only following publications will be permitted to be used at the exam hall. Clear? Number 1, Volume 1, Sri Lanka Standards on Auditing and Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Management 2024 edition. This one. Clear? Terunada? Yes or no? Yes. Number 2, Volume 2, Sri Lanka Auditing Standards for Lex Complex Entities 2024 edition. This one. Clear? Then Volume 3, Sri Lanka Standards on Assurance Engagement, Review Engagement and Sri Lanka Standards on Related Services 2024 edition. This one. Then Volume 4, a Framework for Audit Quality and Sri Lanka Framework for Assurance Engagement 2024 edition. This one. Then Open Book Referral Materials, Student Version, Sri Lanka Statements of Recommended Practices, IFRICs and SICs. Then Code of Best Practice for Corporate Governance 2023. Then a Guide to Corporate Governance in Small and Medium Enterprises 2019 plus Code of Ethics 2023. Code of Ethics එකේ dot එකක් වැටලා මේක වෙනම එකක්. Clear? ඕල් dot එක දාගන්න. Clear? Online paper, have you downloaded the pilot paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Right. එතකොට මේ පොත් ටික ඔයාලට අරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන්. but මේ පොත් පහම අරගෙන යනවද මේ පොත් හයම අරගෙන යනවද නැත්නම් හතම අරගෙන යනවද කියන එක you need to take a call. Clear? My personal opinion මේ හතම අරන් ගිහලා මේ සුළු තියාගන්න එපා. Agree. මේ හතම අරන් ගිහලා මේ සුළු තියාගන්න එපා ඉඩක් නැහැ. හරිද? අනිත් එක මේ හතම මේ සුළු තියාගත්තට පස්සේ පුතා පේපර් එකට බය වෙනවා. Agreed. So we'll try our level best to learn the application in the class itself. ලොකු වැඩ ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා කරන්න. So I'm ready to do that. Clear? ඒක අපි class එක තුල practice කරලා යන් අවශ්‍යම පොත් දෙක තුන විතරක් අරගෙන යන්න. Clear? අනිවාර්යෙන් මේක ගෙනියන්න වෙනවා. Clear? Volume 1 එක අරගෙන යන්න වෙනවා. හරිද? but මේ පොත් ඔක්කොම ටික 1 2 3 4 5 6 7ක් තියෙනවනේ. 8ක් තියෙනවා. මේ 8ම අරන් ගිහිල්ලා මේ සුළු තියාගන්න ලෑස්ති වෙන්න එපා. පැය 3ේදී ඔය 8ම පෙරලා බලන්න බෑ. You have to be logical, no? Got it? තේරුණාද? Right. Okay. Any questions up to this point? මොකද ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද මේ point එකට වෙනකම්? All clear. Right. There are a few new faces. Are you working? Where are you working at? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not working. Okay. Consulting, okay. Accent associate, okay. What are you Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. Not working, okay. Right. Okay, so are we clear up to this point? Got it? Right. Okay, moving on. Sri Lanka curriculum 2025-2030 summary. So this one we discussed on the very beginning. I'm not going to discuss this. So this is basically the areas to be covered. Clear? Right. So we'll go to the straight away go to the paper. Section 1. Clear? Section 1. So how many questions are there? 5 questions. So let me open the what do you call it? Paper as well. මේ පෙන් එක තුළ ඔක්කොම ටික තියෙනවා. පෙන් එක නැතුනොත් මාත් නැහැ. Violet paper. මේ තියෙන violet paper එක. Right. Okay, online people, can you see the board?
Yes, sir.
Right. So fine. We'll go to the question number 1. මම මේවා කතා මේක දැන් discuss කරන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. I just want to give an idea. This is how you are going to test it at the exam. Exam එකේදී මෙහෙම තමයි test කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. Right. So people who are having the paper, just refer, and people who are joining online, just refer the what do you call the whiteboard. Right. So question number 1. Clear? You are the finance manager of Rivergreen Holdings Private Limited, Rivergreen Holdings PLC, a company listed on the Colombo Stock Exchange and is among the top 100 companies by market capitalization. Right. මෙන්න මේ වචන කියවපු ගමන් මේවා තාම කළා නැති නිසා ඔළුවට යන්නේ නැහැ. මෙන්න මේ වචනේ කියවපු ගමන්ම ඔයාගේ ඔළුවට යන්න ඕන දෙයක් තියෙනවා මොකද්ද? ඒ lessons වලට ආවට පස්සේ මම කියලා දෙන්නම්. This is how you need to apply and analyze. You are the finance manager of Rivergreen Holdings PLC, a company listed on the Colombo Stock Exchange and is among the top 100 companies by market capitalization. They are talking about what? Sustainability and ESG reporting. Clear? They are talking about what? Sustainability and ESG reporting. තේරුණාද? ඒක ටක් ගාලා මෙතනින් පල්ලෙහාට ප්‍රශ්න කියවන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. මේ වාක්‍ය කියවනකොට ඔළුවට යන්න ඕන right. මේ එන්නේ මෙන්න මේ ඒරියා එක ටෙස්ට් කරන්න. They are talking about sustainability and ESG reporting. That's it. Got the point? තේරුණාද? හරි දැන් මම මේ කියන එක ඔයාලට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද තාම sustainability කරේ නැහැනේ. තාම ESG කරේ නැහැ. ඒක නිසා තාම මේක තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. But මම තේරෙන question එකට එන්නම්. Right. Okay, but I just want to give an update. This is how the questions are tested at the exam. Right. RGH has several business segments, namely manufacturing, retail, and energy. As per the reporting requirements of Colombo Stock Exchange, RGH is required to comply with sustainability related reporting standard. Sustainability reporter related standard S1 and S2. හරිනේ? දැන් අහන්න එපා S1 කියන්නේ මොකද්ද S2 කියන්නේ මොකද්ද කියලා. Strategic level 1, strategic level 2 නෙමෙයි. So there are specific standards. Right. The retail segment of RGH plans to launch an online channel to sell the products. The chief executive officer has recruited 2 data engineers. Critical points. To initiate predictive data analysis. They are going to talk about predictive data analysis. So what do you mean by predictive data analysis? I'll teach you when I'm talking about the data analytics. Clear? For online business. The CEO wants to use a predictive data analysis as a mechanism for risk reduction. Here they are talking about what? Risk management. Risk reduction such as competitor behavior, reduce customers' demand, and etc. The CEO needs board papers prepared for the quarterly board meetings to be held. you have been requested to prepare the following board papers. Board paper 1, outline methods to manage sustainability related risk, including environmental impact assessment and mitigating plans. They are talking about ESG. Board paper 2, predictive analytics to identify emerging risk, including dashboards and scenario analysis tools. Clear? Question number 1, outline 4 distinct phases that can be adopted as an appropriate as an approach to connect sustainability risk to overall business strategy. දැන් මේකේ theory test කරලා තියෙනවද? මේක define කරන්න කියනවාද what do you mean by sustainability? No. This is basically application and analysis. Number 2, discuss 3 key steps that management should follow when using predictive data analysis to identify the risk in the retail business. How many marks? 6 marks. Clear? Got it? This is how the questions are tested at the exam. Application and analysis. Got it? Terunada. Right. So we'll go to the presentation once again. Right. Okay. Question number 1, part A and part B. Related area is what? Sorry. Sustainability and ESG risk. Sustainability and ESG risk. Part 2 is tested from digital transformation in risk management. මම ඒකෙන් risk management කියලා වචනයක් ලියුවේ. Agree. So these are the 2 areas which is tested, and these are the core topics: risk management application and risk management application. Risk management application කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේ තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේක. Where the syllabus weight is how much? 10%. Terunada. So in your pilot paper, question number 1, test කරලා දෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ topic එක. Got it? Question number 1 test කරලා තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ topic එකේ. නම් pilot paper එකේ ඉස්සරහ question number 1 එක ඉස්සරහ ලියා ගන්න risk management application. Tested area would be risk management application. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. That is why I wanted this to be considered as a free session, so that wherever you go, okay, so personally, I don't have any competition. Okay, so whether you go to onlineaccounting.lk or whether you go to IAS, whether you go to Infinity, it doesn't matter for me. But I wanted for you to pass the exam. Okay. So Nilendra, who conducting lectures at IAS, is one of my friend. Vipula Bandar, who conducted lectures in onlineaccounting.k, is one of my friend. Okay, අපි තුන්දෙනා ගොඩක් දේවල් කතා කරනවා. හරි. So wherever we teach, we don't have any competition among others. Clear? So we do have the competition among ourselves. That's it. මට නිලේන්ද්‍ර එක්කවත් මට විපුල අයියා එක්කවත් මට එහෙම competition එකක් නැහැ. Neither both of them will have a competition with me as well. So all 3 will have a competition among us. Okay, I wanted to conclude this class in much better way compared to the class which I concluded recently. Clear? Next batch, I wanted to conclude at a very high note compared to the current batch which I am conducting. So we have the competition among us, not with each other. So that is why I wanted JMC management to have a open session, since it's a pilot discussion, pilot paper discussion. So whoever who are wanted, they can join, and they can basically focus on SLS 240 as well, which I'm going to discuss today itself. Clear? Right. May analysis එක වැදගත්ද? What do you think? That is pretty much important than damn you learning a standard. තේරුණාද? Got it? Right. එතකොට first question එක test කරලා ඉතින් මොකක්ද area එක? Risk management application. Clear? Right. Okay. We'll go to question number 2. අපි question number 2 එකට යමු. Okay, we'll go to question number 2. Right. Again, Trust PLC, Trust Insurance PLC, is one of the largest fire insurance companies in Sri Lanka. TIP has an in-house internal audit department. මේ වචනේ දකින්නකොට මොළුවට එන්න ඕනේ. මොනවද මේ ටෙස්ට් කරන්න යන්නේ? They are talking about internal audit. ආයි question කියවන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. මේ වචන කියනකොට මොළුවට යන්න ඕනේ. right. මේ එන්නේ මෙන්න මේ area එක ටෙස්ට් කරන්න. They are talking about internal audit. The head of internal audit is preparing a paper for the board audit committee. Board audit committee. මේක දැක්ක ගමන් ඔළුවට එන්න ඕනේ. They are talking about corporate governance. Corporate governance. Audit committee කතා කරන්නේ corporate governance වල. මේවා තාම කළා නැහැ ඔයගලන්ට. තේරෙනවද? මේ ඉස්සරහට එන්න තියෙන පාඩම්. Got it? But once you completed the syllabus, you need to have this understanding. තේරුණාද? exam hall එකට ගිහිල්ලා මේ question එක කියවනකොට ඔළුවට යන්න ඕන. right. මේ internal audit තමයි check කරන්නේ. මේ check කරන්නේ corporate governance. Are we clear? You need to have that knowledge within yourself. හරිද? එතකොට මේ පොතක් පෙරලා බලන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. Because you have the master mind map in your head and you know what are the areas is tested. Got the point? Right. Manage, right. Audit committee based on the following issues. Right. Management refusal to provide access to high volume claim records to perform an internal audit of the claim settlement process, stating confidentiality and privacy concerns. What is the issue? Management refused to provide access to high volume, high value chain records, claim records, to perform an internal audit of the claim settlement process, stating that the confidentiality and privacy are concerns. So as the internal department, you wanted to do an internal audit with regard to high value claims. High value claims වලට අදාළවට internal audit එකක් කරන්න ඕනේ. So when you ask the information from the management, they are refusing to give those information to you, saying that those are confidential and there are privacy concerns. Clear? This might lead to what? Scope limitation. 80 final කරපු කට්ටියට ඔළුවට යන්න ඕනේ මේවා දැන් ඈ. අදිත? ජෙනා? Scope limitation. ආයි ටියුට් බලන්න ඕනේ. ටග් ගාලා එතන ලියා ගන්න. මේ එන්නේ scope limitation check කරන්න. Clear? TIP had launched a new AI-based underwriting system, but the internal audit team does not have an IT specialist or data analytics capabilities. Somewhat professional competence. Clear? Because internal audit department does not have the IT specialist who is having the data analytical capability. Clear? Yes or no? This might result at what? Again, a scope limitation. The claim manager perceives internal auditors as fault finding. ඒක තමයි ඇත්තටම කරන්නේ. And therefore become defensive. The claims manager provide minimal explanations, delay documents requested, and avoid discussing control weaknesses. So the management is refusing to give the proper explanations. They are refusing to discuss control weaknesses, everything. Again, this will lead to what? Scope limitation. Clear? Then, as TIP's business processes are highly automated and transaction volumes are large, the head of internal audit proposed to use suitable data analytics softwares to perform testing of controls as the initial phase of the implementation of audit software. Clear? They are basically clubbing what? IT environment as well. IT environment එකක් දැන් එතනට දානවා. Clear? Right. This is what the question. Explain 3 limitations and potential impact on the internal audit function of TIP. දැන් මෙතන කියනවාද internal audit එක define කරන්න කියලා question එකේ. මේ කියනවාද internal audit එක define කරන්න කියලා? නෑ. But they wanted to explain 3 limitations and potential impact. Extracted from where? Extracted from where? ඒක දැන් මේ study text එක බලලා ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? Explain 3 limitations and potential impact on the internal audit function. From where? You need to extract those. From the question itself. They are talking about what? Scope limitations. And you need to highlight the potential impact. Clear? Then outline 2 benefits of using data analytics for control testing. How many marks? 10 marks. තේරුණාද? Online people, are we clear? Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Question number 2, part A. Tested area is what? Process of internal audit. Part B, data analytics and audit software in internal audit. Clear? So the core topic is what? Internal audit and continuous monitoring. මොකක්ද? Internal audit and continuous monitoring. Sorry. මේකෙන් තමයි අහලා තියෙන්නේ. Clear? What is the syllabus weightage? 10. So pilot paper question 2 tested from this area. හරිද? මේක ටෙස්ට් කරලා දෙනවා මේක ටෙස්ට් කරලා දෙනවා. Got it? Right. So we'll go to the pilot paper again. Okay, let me go to a classic question. Okay, let me go to question number 4. Okay, no, I'll discuss question number 3 and come back again. Right, question number 3 එකට යන්න. The පිළිවෙලට යන්න විතර මිස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ එකක්වත්. Right, so question number 3. Right. Online people, can we see the board? Whiteboard එක පේනවද?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question number 3. Shiny PLC is a renowned gold jeweler in Sri Lanka. As dealers in precise metals and gems, SP is considered as a designated non-finance business and has large obligation to prevent money laundering and terrorist financing under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act number 5 of 2006. Financial Transaction Reporting Act number 6 of 2006, Convention of the Suppression of Terrorism Financing Act number 25 of 2005. Right. SP has the following procedures in place in connection with the sale of gold. Right. Number 1. Sales representative meets the customer and discuss the prices of the product. So the sales representative meeting the customer and discuss the prices of the product. If the customer is interested in the purchase of gold items, the sales representative requests the national ID and the passport and check the photograph to confirm the person is the same. Clear? The customer is provided the invoices and is requested to make the payment at the cashier. The cashier accepts credit cards or cash as payment and stamp all the copies of invoices as paid and keep one copy on the file. Some customers pays cash in excess of rupees 5 million as well. සමහර cash customers ඉන්නවලු cash pay කරනවා 5 million වලට වඩා වැඩි. Can we consider it as a control weakness? Cash 5 million වලට pay කරන control issue එකක් කියලා ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? Can we consider? Better to have either bank draft or online fund transfer rather than accepting what? 5 million cash. Got it? Right. One copy of the invoice is stamped acknowledged good and signed by the customer and retained by the sales representative. The original of the invoice is given to the customer together with the gold items purchased. The daily sales report is prepared and sent to the finance division for the cash to be banked. Daily sales are posted in the general ledger. No further records are kept on sales, including customers' detailed database. Clear? Here they are talking about which system? මොකක්ද ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ කතා කරන්නේ? Sales process. තේරුණාද? ඒගොල්ලෝ කතා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? sales process එක. 80 final කට්ටිය ඔළුවට යනවා. මට flow charts ගහලා කියලා දුන්නා. අය 80 pot එක තියෙන්න ඕනේ දැන් ඒවා පෙට්ටගම් අස්සේ දාලා දෙනවා නම් ගහන්න එළියට. අද මතකද මම 80 final වල උගන්වනකොට මොකද්ද කිව්වේ? මොකද 80 final උගන්වනකොට? ඔය pot එක කොහොමම තියාගන්නකෝ corporate level එකටත් ඕකයි. කිව්වනේ මම. තේරුණාද? දැන් මගින් 80 final කරමු නැති කට්ටිය disadvantage කියලා හිතන්න එපා. ඕගලන්ට මුලින් ධම්ම කරනවා. හරි මම 80 final කරන කට්ටියට පැහැදිලිව කිව්වා මොකද්ද? ඔය pot එක කොහොමම තියාගන්න ඕක corporate level එකට ඕනේ. Clear? Right. So this is what the question. Number 1. Analyzes the deficiencies in the process. Analyzes the deficiencies in the process. Which process? Sales and cash acceptance as well. Describe above when complying with the laws given in the scenario. How many marks? 6 marks. Clear? Then the chief internal auditor wishes to review corporate governance of SP in the next audit cycle. The areas to be covered include board audit committee's oversight over the external auditors. State 4 responsibilities of the board audit committee. They are going to talk about what? Corporate governance in connection with the external auditors. Clear? How many marks? 4 marks. Here you have 6 marks. Here you have 4 marks. Question number 3, part A, tested from which area? Overview of legal and regulatory requirements for auditors. Sorry. Overview of legal and regulatory requirements for auditors. Part B, tested from which area? Corporate governance. Clear? What is the core topic? Compliance with governance and ethics. Compliance with governance and ethics. What is the area? This one. Compliance with governance and ethics. Clear? Question number 3, tested from this. Question number 3 is compliance with regulations, governance and ethics. That is a core area. The question is tested. Then core areas තුනක් test කරලා දෙනවා question තුනක. මොනවාද core areas තුන? Risk management application, internal audit and compliance with regulations. Right? අපි එක පොඩ්ඩක් board එකේ එක පැත්තකින් දාගමු පොඩි purpose එකකට. Right. What are the core areas tested? Compliance with regulations. ඒක test කරලා තියෙනවා. Number 2, internal audit. Number 3, risk management. Clear? Okay, anyone who did audit paper in the previous syllabus in our cover class? Audit paper එක previous syllabus එකේ ලියපු කට්ටිය? තව ඉන්නවද නැහැ? Okay. No, just to get a comparison of how this paper versus the previous paper. මොකද දන්නේ? මේක tough ද අරක tough ද? මේක tough. මම බය කරන්න කියනව නෙමෙයි, but you need to understand the logic. Right, online paper, are we clear up to the point which we discussed thus far? Online people, are we clear on the points which we discussed thus far?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So we'll go to question number 4. මෙන්න මේක හොඳට බලා ගන්න. Question number 4. Clear? Right. High Fashions Limited is a garment manufacturing company. The external audit of High Fashion Limited is in progress, and you have been requested to supervise the fixed asset count. Fixed asset count. During the physical verification of the fixed asset, your team noted that several high-value machines listed in the fixed asset register are not present on the factory floor. What is the issue? You noted that several high-value machines which is listed in the FAR is not physically there in the flow. Clear? There is a mismatch between the physical existence versus the FAR. You can again, FAR එකේ තියෙන සමහර assets physically නෑ කියලා කියන්නේ. තේරුණාද? They are going to talk about a very important assertion. What is that? මේක question එකේ test කරලා නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්, but exam එකේදී ලියා ගන්න ඕන ටක් ගාලා paper එකේ. මොකද්ද මෙතන auditor ට තියෙන concern එක? මොන assertion එකද? Existence. Existence. දැන් අහන්න බෑ assertion කියන්නේ මොකද්ද කියලා. I hope that you know this. Clear? Right. Okay, now the important point. When questioned, the finance manager explained that machines were temporarily moved to a subcontractor's premises, but no documentation such as transfer notes, subcontractor agreements, or movement logs, gate passes is available to support this statement. So when you question this issue from the finance manager, he basically stated we have transferred these machines to a subcontractor's premises, but no documentation, no transfer forms, no agreements are available to support this statement. Agreed? Got it? Right. You have concerned about the fixed asset value recorded in the financial statements. So as an auditor, you are having a concern with regard to the value recorded in the financial statements, and inform the audit partner. Are you informed this to the audit partner? Clear? When the audit partner met the chief executive officer, so audit partner meeting the chief executive officer, he had implied that raising issues could jeopardize the business relationship, and the audit team should finalize the audit without a delay if the firm wanted to retain the audit. මේක audit partner ගිහිලා කතා කරාම company CEO ත් එක්ක CEO මොකද කියන්නේ? CEO කියනවා මේ issue එක ඇදලා business relationship එක අවුල් කරගන්න එපා. If you want to retain the audit, you need to complete the audit as soon as possible. මොකද point එක? Intermediation threat. What is the threat? Intermediation threat. This is how the questions are tested at the exam. තේරුණාද? යන්න note එක ගන්න ගිය සති. Intermediation threat tute එක ගන්න. මොකද intermediation threat එකේ තියෙන්නේ ලියලා? Intermediation threat. 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 Intermediation threat It's in page number 12. What is there? A threat that a professional accountant will be deterred from acting objectively because of the actual or perceived pressure, including attempts to exercise undue influence over the professional accountant. දැක්කද? exam එකේදී අහන්න intimidation threat එක define කරන්න කියලා. Are we clear? exam එකේදී අහන්න intimidation threat එක define කරන්න. එහෙම define කරන්න නම් open book තියන්න ඕනේ. ළමයට පුළුවන් කටපාඩම් කරලා වෙලා ලියන්න. Are we clear? So what has happened in this situation? So as an auditor, you identified the issue where the explanation which is given by the finance manager is not acceptable at all. You highlighted that issue to the audit partner. Now audit partner is going to meet the CEO to discuss that issue. When discussing that issue, CEO is putting pressure on the partner saying that, look here, don't raise us these concerns because it will have a negative impact on the business relationship. If you want to retain the audit for the next year, you better finish the audit as soon as possible. Can the CEO put undue influence to the auditor like that? පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? බෑ. So they are talking about what? Intimidation threat, which has a negative impact on objectivity and independence of the auditor. තේරුණාද? theory tute එකේ තියෙන එකයි මේක සමානයිද? Yes. But theory is applied here. That is why this paper is 100% what? Application and analysis. That's it. මේ paper එක 100% මොනවද? Application and analysis. That's it. තේරුණාද? Online people, are we clear on this? Yes
sir.
or no? තේරුණාද?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. Question. You are required to consider the professional ethics and independence and discuss the independence threat. දැක්කද? Intermediation කියලා කියන්නේ නැහැ එතන. They are talking about independence threat. ළමයා identify කරගන්න ඕනේ මෙතන intermediation ද advocacy ද මොකක්ද කියන එක. Are we clear? And steps that the audit team should follow to address that issue. What do you mean by steps? What do you mean by steps? Safeguards. මේ class එක කරාද නැද්ද ගිය සතියේ? The person who exactly knows the theory, close eyes, 5 marks is there. ඕක analyze කරන්න පොත අරන් යන්න ඕනේ. No need. ඕක ඇනලයිස් කරන්න පොත අරන් යන්න ඕනේද? නෑ. ඕක ඇනලයිස් කරන්න මොකක්ද අතේ තියෙන්න ඕනේ? මෙන්න මේක විතරයි. clear? ඕක ඇනලයිස් කරන්න මොකක්ද තියෙන්න ඕනේ? mastermind එක විතරයි. තේරුණාද? You got the point? මම 100% exam එක ready Got it? That is why I wanted that mastermind to be there. Because I know that in the pilot paper, definitely there will be a question for ethics. Ethical requirements නැතු audit paper එකක් හදන්න බෑනේ පුතා. question එකක් නැතු. Got it? තේරුණාද? Right. Online people, are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. Part 2. මේක නිකන් හිතලා බලන්න මොකද්ද කියලා. මම ඊට පස්සේ එක question එකක් කළා අපි බලමු ආයි නැත්නම් ඔක්කොම questions කරන්න වෙලාවක් නැහැ. But I will do the past pilot paper when I'm discussing the theories. HFL export high-ended denim garments exclusive to European buyers. Buyers have requested an assurance report over sustainability report of HFL. They are talking about assurance report over sustainability report of HFL. As per the agreement with buyers, among other requirements, HFL should, number 1, use solar energy for 50% of its power consumption. Recycle water used in the washing plant for 3 washing cycles. and treat wastewater before release into the environment. So these are basically sustainability activities. The ratio analysis done by the auditor on energy units used indicates that only 45% of the energy is generated through solar power. So what is the requirement? 50%, but based on the ratio analysis, you detected that only 45% is generated through solar power. In the sustainable report, HFL claims that they have fulfilled all ESG requirements of the foreign buyers. The audit partner believes that non-compliance with 50% of solar energy is not a significant matter, agreed with the compliance report. Agrees with the compliance report. Clear? Based on the above scenario, examining the risk related to ESG reporting. Then explain the threat to independence of the auditor. මේ check කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? Again, explain the threat to independence. What they? Huh? No, they are talking about explain the threats to independence. Is it self-review? Self-interest? Familiarity threat? Intermediation? If not, what? So now you are having an issue where the requirement is 50%, whereas now the calculation says it is 45. And the audit partner believes that non-compliance with 50% solar energy is not a significant matter and agrees with the compliance report. Who needs this compliance report? No. Who needs this compliance report? මේ compliance report එක කාටද ඕනේ? කාටද ඕනේ? High Fashion Limited. ඒගොල්ලන්ට තමයි compliance එක ඕනේ. For what? To give it to their buyers. Agree, because buyers wanted an assurance report over sustainability. From whom? From the auditor. Where their expectation would be 50%, but as per the calculation, the company value is how much? 45%. And the partner believes that ඒක 50 වුණාට ප්‍රශ්න ඒක 45 වුණාට ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ ඒක non compliance එකක් නෙමෙයි කියලා. මොකද්ද? Is it self review? Self interest? Familiarity threat? Intermediation? මොකක්ද එනවා? While giving this, saying this is as correct, you are planning to promote the client business, which will having a contradicted situation for objectivity. What is that? Advocacy. තේරුණාද? Advocacy කරාද නැද්ද? කරා. අමාරුද? ඔව්. ටිකක් tough. Clear? තේරුණාද? ගියසද හිටියේ නෑනේ? පුතා පන්ති කට් කරගන්න එපා පුතේ. පන්ති කට් කරවුවොත් මට කරන්න දෙයක් නෑ. ගියසද කරේ ඒකයි. එක දවසක් හරි ක්ලාස් එක කට් වුණොත් ඒ ට්‍රැක් එක කැඩෙනවා පුතා. ක්ලාස් එක කට් කරගන්න එපා. මම ආවෙ නැත්තොත් ඇරෙන්න ක්ලාස් එක කට් කරගන්න එපා. මං ආවෙ නැත්තම් කරමත් කරන්න බෑ. Agreed? Clear? දැන් ගියසද හිටපු කට්ටියට මේක තේරෙන්න ඕන හොඳට. හරිද? මොකද අපි ක්ලාස් එකේ මේ ටික ඔක්කොම in detail කතා කරා. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Move to this. ඊටවට වඩා පොඩි ටයිම් එකක් යනවා කමන්නේ නේද ඒක හොඳයි. Question number 4. application of code of ethics. Application of code of ethics and sustainability and ethics. Again, the tested area is what? Compliance with governance and ethics. How many marks? 50. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද ටෙස්ට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ? This one. මේ කලින් question එකකුත් තිබුණා. මොකද්ද question එක? Question number 3. Question number 3 and question number 4 both tested here. Got it? තේරුණාද? right. එතකොට මේක ටෙස්ට් කරලා දෙමුණා, මේක ටෙස්ට් කරලා දෙමුණා, මේක ටෙස්ට් කරලා දෙමුණා. දැනට. We discuss how many questions? 4. Right. We'll go to 5th question. හරි මම පස්වෙනි question එක දැන් කරන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. අපිට ඔක්කොම කර කර ඉන්නකොත් වෙලා නැහැ. මෙතන මොකද අපිට standard එක what is the time now? 10 o'clock නේ. So I'm supposed to finish by 10 o'clock. Now it's time is what? 10:10, right? So we need to finish this as soon as possible, right? So we'll go to question number 5, part A. මේක විතරක් කියන්කෝ බලන්න question number 5, part A. Right. Okay, I'm just referring to the question. You are required to explain 2 steps that the auditor should perform when establishing the terms and scope of the agreed upon procedures. මෙන්න මේ වචන කියවු ගමන් දැනගන්න ඕනේ. Agreed upon procedures. They are talking about what? Assurance and non-assurance services. Clear? They are talking about assurance and non-assurance services. Right. So if you go to the presentation, what is the area tested? Audit reporting and assurance, 15 marks, and risk management application, again 10 marks. So question number 5, part A, tested area is what? Audit reporting and assurance. Audit reporting and assurance. Audit reporting and assurance කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? මෙන්න මේක. This one. Clear? Got it? Then question number 5, part B, tested from risk management and applications. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකෙන්ද? මේකේ. Clear? එතකොට මේ question එක ටෙස්ට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ කැලි දෙකකින්. Got the point? තේරුණාද? දැන් මේ question එක දෙකම එකයි. Risk management and application. Here this one internal audit. This one compliance with governance and ethics. This one also compliance with governance and ethics. Here audit reporting and assurance one segment, risk management is another segment. Clear? Terunada. Right. So then another area tested is what? Audit report and assurance. Audit report and assurance. Right. Clear? තේරුණාද? එතකොට pilot paper එකේ section 1 එක හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ areas වලින්. Pilot paper එකේ section 1 එක හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ areas වලින්. තේරුණාද? Clear? the pilot paper එකේ ලකුණු කීයද? ලකුණු 50යි නේ. section 1 එකේ ලකුණු 50යි නේ. එතකොට ලකුණු 50 දෙලා තියෙන්නේ compliance with regulation, governance and ethics 15%, audit reporting and assurance again 15%, risk management again 10%, internal audit and continuous monitoring 10%. හරිද? තේරුණාද? What are the two areas which is not tested in section 1? මේ දෙක. Clear? මේ දෙක. මේ දෙක ටෙස්ට් කරලා දෙන්නේ මොකේද? In part B. මම මේක ආයි කියවන්න යන්නේ නැහැ මොකද තාම මේ lessons ඕගලන්ට කරලා නැහැ නේ පුතා screen විතරක් දාන්න. මේ lesson online people, can you see the entire screen? Online people, can you see the entire screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm not going to get all this stuff again. I questions give in so question B has how many questions? 3, 6, 7 and 8. You need to try out 2. දෙකක් කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට ඔයාලට බැලුවම පේන්න ඕනේ section B එක තනිකරම focus කරලා තියෙන මොනවද? Audit planning and strategy, audit execution and substantive procedures and audit report and assurance. Clear? Audit planning and strategy. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේක. Audit planning and strategy. මේක ඇල්ල. Clear? Then this also the same, audit planning and strategy. Then audit execution and substantive procedures. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේක. Clear? Then audit reporting and assurance. තේරුණාද? ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේක. Clear? Question number 7, same, audit planning and strategy, audit execution and substantive procedures, audit execution and substantive procedures, audit reporting. Clear? Question 8 would be the same, audit planning and strategy, audit planning and strategy, audit execution and substantive procedures, audit execution and substantive procedures, and audit report and assurance. තේරුණාද? Clear? මේක තමයි ටිකක් වැඩේ අමාරු කොටස. නිකන් question එක ගිහිල්ලා බලමු. So this is how the questions. Question number 6. They have given a detailed scenario. Clear? They have given you a detailed scenario and you need to apply and analyze. Clear? Then question number 7, again they have given a detailed scenario. Again apply and analyze. Clear? Again they have given you a detailed scenario for question 8. Again apply and analyze. Clear? Got it? Remember, for you to answer, I'm basically emphasizing this, for you to answer to section 2, knowledge on the accounting standard is a must. Without having the knowledge of the accounting standards, you are not in a position to tackle the second section of my subject. තේරුණාද? Because you are looking from the auditor's purview. For you to look at the auditor's purview with regard to the auditing, you need to know what? Accounting standards. Accounting standards දන්නේ නැතුව පුතා මේ කතන්දරේ කරන්න බෑ. Agreed? Accounting standards දන්නේ නැතුව මේ කතන්දරේ වාඩ කරන්න බෑ. Clear? For you to tackle section 1, you are not required to have in-depth understanding about the accounting standards. ඒක ටෙස්ට් කරන්නේ corporate governance, risk management, ethics ටිකනේ. ඒකට accounting standards knowledge එක අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. But for you to tackle section 2, you need to have the in-depth understanding about the accounting standards. So without having the in-depth understanding of that, you are not in a position to tackle any damn question. තේරුණාද? Yes or no? Yes. Online people, are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. I'm not going to discuss all this stuff. I just want to give you a brief heads up. Right. Okay. Finally, what is your subject? ගොම් ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඇහුවේනේ. What is your subject? Risk, governance, and audit. හරිද? risk කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? පහ. Clear? Governance කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Audit can be segregated to internal and external. Clear? Internal audit comes under 6. External audit comes under 2 plus 3 plus 4. Clear? මේ ඔක්කොම කවර් කරලා මොකද තියෙන්නේ? You have what? Sustainability. Clear? මේ ඔක්කොම කරලා අන්තිමට මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? Apply and analyze. Clear? Got it? This is how your paper is going to predict. That is what you refer as predictive data analysis. ඒ වචනේ අහුණානේ question එක මතකද? Predictive data analysis. You are basically predicting what? The future. Got it? Yes or no? Standard එකක් කරපේකද හොඳ මේක කරපේකද හොඳ පැය කමාරක් කරා. මේක හොඳයි. මේක දන්නද පුතා? ඉතුරු ඒවා කතා කරලා තේරුමක් නැහැ. Clear? I wanted to do this discussion last week. මට ගිය සතියම මේක කරන්න ඕනේ. මොකද සිකුරාදානේ ඒගොල්ලෝ රිලීස් කරනවා. සිකුරාදා කරේ නැහැ. හරිද? මම ඔක්කොම හදාගෙන තිබුණේ. ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එක රිලීස් කරේ සෙන්සුරාදා 3ට විතර පේපර් එක. ඒතර මම 12 මාට පන්ති ඉවර කියලා ඉවරයි. මෙතන චන්දිම හිටියේ. හරිද? සිකුරාදා රාත් 12ට රිලීස් කරා නම් පේපර් එක සෙන්සුරාදා උදේ මම මේක කරන්නේ. නැත්නම් අඩුම තරමේ සෙන්සුරාදා උදේ 6ට රිලීස් කරා නම් පේපර් එක ඒත් මට සෙන්සුරාදා උදේ කරන්න තිබුණා ගිය සතියේ. waited අන්තිමට තටබල කවද සෙන්සුරාදා 3 විතර තමයි මේ පේපර් එක දැන්. එදාම තමයි වීඩියෝ එක කරේ මතකද? එදා මම මේගොල්ලන්ට කිව්වා රයිට් වීඩියෝ එකක් කළා දාමු දැන් ටක් ගාලා බලන්න සත් මේක ඩිස්කස් කරනවා කියලා. Clear? Right, finally, why this is considered as a difficult subject? මේක අමාරුයිද? ලියන්නත් කලින් හිතලා ඉවරයි අමාරුයි කියලා. Why this is considered as a difficult subject? Is it difficult? Apparently yes, apparently no. Risk governance and audit is a very difficult subject and it is a very easy subject. Difficult එන්නේ වා basis එක දන්නේ නැත්නම් easy වෙන්නේ වා basis එක දන්නවා නම්. Is it there? Based on the questions which we discussed, is it there? Complex concepts තිබුණාද? අපි මේ ප්‍රශ්න කතා කරපු ටිකේ complex concepts තිබුණාද? හවුද නැද්ද? Yes. Is it too technical? Is it too technical? Yes. Data analytics කියනවා, sustainability කියනවා, ESG කියනවා, compliance කියලා කියනවා. අර මොනවද terrorism act එකක් ගැන කතා කරනවා, මොනවද FIU ගැන කතා කරනවා. Is it technical? Yes. Is it a dynamic field? Yes. අපි ඉගෙන ගත්ත audit එකයි මම උගන්වන audit එකයි දෙකක්. 2008 final 2 ලියනකොට මම ඉගෙන ගත්ත audit එකයි 2027 26 දැන් උගන්වන audit එකයි දෙකක්. ගිය පාර බැච් එකට උගන්වපු advanced audit and assurance එකයි දැන් උගන්වන subject එකයි දෙකක්. Is it a dynamic field? Yes. Do you need this? Critical thinking and analytical skills. Do you need this? Yes. To do what? Apply and analyze. Clear? For you to apply and analyze. You wanted this? You go there. Yes. Real world applications will be tested as it is at the exam. एक question है आते हैं define the definition of audit evidence. Define the definition of independence. Define the definition of self-review threat. In प्रश्न क्यों ना डाला? नहीं. Real world application will be tested at the exam, but you should have that ability to analyze that and apply the theory which you learn in the classroom. Clear? Yes or no? Right. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
That is why most of the students are thinking that this is a difficult subject. Now, lesser understanding of the logical connection of the theory and the application. Agreed? If you do not understand the connection between theory and application, Buddha, you are gone. ලියන්න එපා paper එක තේරුම්න්නේ. තේරුණාද? If you don't have the logical understanding with regard to the theory and the application, if you don't understand the connection, you are gone. No point. Clear? Lesser understanding of the connection of the theoretical aspects. These are two different things. මේකයි එක වගේ පේනකොට වෙනස්. Here we are talking about the logical connection with theory and the application. Clear? Here we are talking about the theory and the application. Here we are talking about lesser understanding of the theoretical aspects. Finally, what? Lack of practicing questions. Practice. කරන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? කරන්න ඕන. පාස් පේපර්ස් අරගෙන ඉඳන් පරණ සිලබස් උනට කමන්නේ ප්‍රැක්ටිකල් ඇප්ලිකේෂන් තියෙනවනේ. ඒව අරගෙන පේපර්ස් අපි කරන්න ඕනේ. Clear? This would be the most crucial thing. අද එන එක හෙට නෑ. ආයි දකින්න දවස් සති දෙකකට විතර පස්සේ. හරිද? සිකුරාදා ඉතන අද ෆිසිකල් යන්න බෑ මම ඔන්ලයින් එන්න ඕනේ. ගිහිලා ලැප්ටොප් එක ඉස්සරහා වාඩිලා ඉන්නවා. දැන් පෙන්වන්න පුළුවන් කණෙන් කවුද කියලා. එජනා. නේ. සමහර කට්ටිය ගිය සතියේ මම දැක්ක පළවෙනි දවසේ දැක්කට පස්සේ. Clear? You need to have this commitment. අනිත් එක මම මේකට දැම්මේ නෑ. අනිත් එක තමයි auditing fail වෙන්න මූල තව reason එකක් තමයි 80 final auditing pass මිනිස්සු හිතාගෙන අපි පොරවල් කියලා. නෑ පුතා. ඒක මම presentation එකට දැම්මේ නෑ. හරිද? 80 final pass එවුන් හිතනවා මොකද අපි පොරවල් අපිට මේක දෙන්න පුළුවන් කියලා දොඹෙන් යනවායි. හරිද? There is other reason. I can't put that to the presentation itself. අනිත් එක ඔඩිටින් මේ fail වෙන reason එක මොකද්ද? AT final කරලා pass වෙලා business level කරලා pass වෙලා එනවා. right අයියෝ මේක easy. මේවා easy පුතා කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ කියලා එනවා. යන්න වෙන්නේ පොළොවටත් යටි. හරිද? That is another reason as well. Got it? Right, all good? Let's see. Right, online people, are we clear on this? Online
Yes,
guys, are we clear on this? Any questions? Question already. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, can an overseas student use PDF open book materials at the virtual examination? Right. I believe yes. But ඒක මට පොඩ්ඩක් double check කරන්න දෙන්න. ඒක අපි පොඩ්ඩක් double check කරගමු institute එකත් එක්ක. Right. Any questions? ඔව්. Intimidation threat එක කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේකයි කියලා ලියන්න ඕන. ලියලා ඒක apply කරන්න ඕන. ඒක අවුලක් නැහැ. Any questions? Newcomers? All good. Right. Online people, are we clear on this?
yes, sir.
Right. So what is the time now? My horloge නැවතිලා තියෙන්නේ. Huh? 10:30. So what do you want? You need the break or what? Break එක අරගෙන අලුත් ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක පටන් ගන්නවා නැත්නම් break එකට කලින් පටන් අර ගන්නවා? ඈ? මට පුතා ඕන එකක්. මට ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. මොකද මෙන්න මේ පාඩම කතා කරලා ඉවර කරන්න ඕනද? කො? ඒක ඇතයි මේක හොඳයි. So we are going to discuss this today. දැන් මේ වගේ එකක් එක්සෑම් එකට අරන් යන්න බෑ කියන disadvantage එකක්. තේරුණාද? If you take the standard book 240 හරි මම බොරු කියනවා නේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට බලන්න පුළුවන් නේ. පිටු අංක කීයෙන්ද පටන් ගන්න මේක? පිටු අංකේ 174 ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක මොකද්ද? 240 174න් පටන් ගන්න ඈ. ඉවර වෙන්නේ කීයෙන්ද? 223න් අඩු කරන්න බලන්න. 223 අඩු කිරීම 174. ඈ 49යි. ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක පිටු කීයක්ද? 49ක්. ක්ලියර්? පිටු 49ක් තව මොනවද කරන්නේ? A4 sheet එකකට ගන්න. ක්ලියර්? ඉතින් මේක අරන් යන්න බෑ කියන්නේ disadvantage එකක් ඇත්තට. ආපු announcement එකේ තියෙන එක, but I just had a chat with Chandima as well yesterday, so we need to have a discussion with the institute and see. හරි දැන් මේකේ ගිහිල්ලා පිටු 49 මෙන්න මේක කොතනද තියෙන්නේ මෙතනද කොතනද තියෙන්නේ කියලා හොයනකොට වැය තුන ගිහිල්ලා ඉවරයි. Agreed? Then better not to bring this to the exam hall. Clear? Got it? So අපේ කාලේ මේවා closed book exams, open book exams නෙමෙයි දෙන්නේ. Clear? Right, okay, online guys, so we'll take a quick break of 10 minutes and we'll come back. හරියටම විනාඩි 10කින් එන්න. මොකද මේ පාඩම ඉවර කරන්න ඕනද? Right. Okay, online guys, we'll meet you at after 10 minutes. Thank you. Online guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give us 2 minutes, we'll start. Without you? $10.46. කලබලට අරක් වෙච්ච නිසා කාර් වාහනයක් ගා ටයිම් එක හදාගන්න බැරි වුණා මේකේ. ඈ? අද ඔෆිස් එකේ පාටියකුත් තියෙනවා ඒකට යන්නත් ඕනේ. ඊයේත් එනකොට 2:12 ඊයේත් ගෙදර එනකොට. Okay. Right. Okay. Online guys, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Fine. So we are going to start. May tutor upload kara nahi Teams set. Right. So we are going to start very what you call important standard in your syllabus, which is SLAUS 240. SLAUS 240, which is named as auditor's responsibilities relating to fraud in an audit of financial statements. Right, so these are the session outlines. So we will be discussing about introduction. Then we will be discussing about what do you mean by fraud and errors. Then management responsibility, auditor's responsibility, and we are going to discuss some other factors as well. So these are the session outlines. So as I mentioned you earlier, so I will be conducting this session by way of a mastermind map. So therefore, I do not want anyone to read the tute as of now. But I wanted you to devote your attention 100% to the presentation, so that once you completed the entire presentation, so that you will be getting a thorough understanding with regard to the entire theories which we discussed. Clear? Right. Okay, so these are the session outlines. So introduction, what do you mean by fraud and errors? Then management responsibility with regard to fraud and errors, auditor's responsibility, and other factors as well. So there are a few areas where you need to take down the notes in the tute itself. So I will let you know at that particular point. මෙන්න මෙතන මේ note එක ලියා ගන්න කියන එක මම පාඩම නවත්තලා කියන්නේ. ඒතර මම දෙන්න note එක ඇතුළට ලියා ගන්න. But I wanted you to devote the attention 100% to this. Right. Okay. What do you mean by fraud? අපි කියනවා වංචාවක්. What do you mean by fraud? In simple language, what do you mean by fraud? It's an intentional act. Clear? Fraud is considered as an intentional act. අපි කියනවා සිංහලෙන් මොකද්ද? හිතාමතා සිදු කරන ක්‍රියාවක්. Fraud is considered as an intentional act. Whereas error is considered as what then? Considered as a mistake or unintentional act. So the fraud is considered as an intentional act, whereas mistake or error is considered as an unintentional act. Clear? Right, so fraud is considered as an intentional act, whereas errors are considered as mistake or unintentional act. Right, so despite whether it is a fraud or error, okay, so despite whether it is a fraud or error, it will have a direct impact on what? Direct impact on the financial statements. Despite whether it is intentional act, despite whether it is a mistake, which will have a direct impact to what? To the financial statement. So for an example, we'll take few examples, right? So let's say when an employee walking around the office, okay, when an employee walking around the office, he saw that the safe is open where the cash is not there. Where the safe is open and the cash is not there. So he slowly go to the cashier's place and took $5,000 from the safe and put that $5,000 to his pocket. Is it a fraud or is it an error? It is considered as a fraud. Clear? Got it? Right. Another example. The storekeeper who is having the responsibility to the inventory items of the business organization using those stock for the personal usage. Can that be considered as a fraud or can that be considered as an error? It is considered as a fraud. So because it's an intentional act. Clear? Right. We'll take another example. Same transaction accounted twice. It can be considered as a mistake. Clear? Same transaction accounted twice. Clear? And another example, let's say a customer called Kamal came and handed over 500,000 to the cashier. Clear? The customer called Kamal came and handed over 500,000, let's say 10,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees to the cashier. Clear? And based on the relationship that the Kamal is having with the company, he didn't ask for a receipt. Kamal ලැබිලා රුපියල් 50,000ක් ගෙව්වා කැෂියට. ඒ රිලේෂන්ෂිප් එක නිසා කමල් මොනවද කරේ? රිසිට් එකක් ඉල්ලුවෙත් නැහැ. So cashier didn't prepare the receipt. Clear? So instead of putting that 10,000 rupees to the drawer, the cashier himself taking that 10,000 to his pocket. මොකද cashier බලනවා මගේ receipt එකක් ඉල්ලුවෙත් නැහැ මේක අහුවෙන එකක් නැහැ මම මේ 10,000 මම තියාගන්නවා. Is it a fraud or an error? It is a fraud. Okay, let's say the cashier gave a receipt to the customer called Kamal and he put that 10,000 rupees to the drawer, and when he accounted that, when he accounted that 10,000 rupees, instead of selecting Kamal's account, he selected Vimal's account. When he wanted to pass the journal entry, so cash book has to be debit and the respective data has to be credited. No? So rather than crediting that balance to Kamal's account, he basically selected the account of Vimal. Is it a fraud or is it an error? It can be considered as an error. Okay, so fraud in simple language considered as an intentional act, whereas error is considered as a mistake. Despite whether it is a fraud or error, which will have a direct impact to what? Direct impact to the financial statements. Clear? So for an example, an employee is stealing 5,000 rupees from the company drawer, having a direct impact to the cash balance which appears in the balance sheet. Clear? A customer gave 10,000 bucks and the cashier misused that 10,000 rupees, having a direct impact to the debtor balance as well as for the cash balance as well. So fraud will have a direct impact on the financial statements. Same as fraud, errors also have what? Direct impact to the financial statements. So instead crediting the Kamal's account, erroneously you are crediting Nimal's account or Vimal's account. It's a mistake, but it will have an impact to what? To the financial statements. So another example, same transaction accounted twice. එකම transaction එක දෙපාරක් account කරනවා. That can be considered as a mistake, that can be considered as an error, but still that will have a direct impact to what? Financial statements. Clear? So despite whether it is an intentional act or despite whether it is a mistake, all these frauds and errors will have a direct impact to what? Direct impact to financial statements. Clear? Right. These financial statements are used by who? Used by stakeholders. So stakeholders can be segregated into two parties. Who are those two? You will be having internal stakeholders and you will be having what? External stakeholders. You're having internal stakeholders and you're having external stakeholders. Right. So internal stakeholders again categorized into three. What are those three? Internal stakeholders categorized into three. What are those three? You are having shareholders, then management and employees. All these we have discussed on day number 1. Right. External stakeholders, there are unlimited number of external stakeholders. For an example, you will be having what? Investors, creditors, if not suppliers, then debtors, if not customers, then banks, government, competitors. So likewise, you will be having unlimited number of external stakeholders as well. Clear? So all these stakeholders will take what? will take various types of economic decisions based on the financial statements. Clear? All these stakeholders will take various types of economic decisions based on what? Based on the financial statements. So for an example, as shareholders, you will be taking various types of economic decisions. We discussed this. For an example, let's assume myself is considered as a shareholder of ABC. Will consider myself as a shareholder of ABC. So as a shareholder, I will be taking one decision out of three. What are those three decisions? මම shareholder කෙනෙක් විදිහට decisions තුනකින් එකක් ගන්නවා. මොකද්ද මම ගන්න decisions තුන? Number 1, I need to take a call whether to keep my investment as it is. Clear? I need to take a call whether to keep my investment as it is. So if I decided to keep my investment as it is without further investing or disposing, that is itself considered as what? Economic decision. මම දැන්ට shares ලක්ෂයක් අරගෙන තිනවා ABC company එකේ මම තීරණය කරනවා ඒ ලක්ෂක shares ටික ඒ විදිහටම තියාගන්න. මං වැඩිපුර invest කරන්නේ නැහැ තියෙන එක විකුණන්නෙත් නැහැ. So that itself is considered as what? It's economic decision. Or if not, I can decide to dispose this investment and get it out. If I decided to dispose this investment and get it out, it is also considered as economic decision. Clear? If not, I will be further investing some money to increase my ownership. Even at නැත්තම් මං කරන්නේ මං තවදුරටත් shares වල invest කරනවද නැද්ද? Invest කරනවා. So as a shareholder of ABC, I will be taking one decision out of those three. හවුද නැද්ද? මම ওই decisions තුනේ මොකක් හරි එකක් ගන්නවද නැද්ද? එකක් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ගන්නවා. So I will be taking that decision based on what? Based on the financial statements. Clear? If I consider it as a part and parcel of the management, I will be taking various types of economic decisions. Again, I will be taking those decisions based on what? Financial statements. If I am an employee of the business organization, I will be taking various types of economic decisions. For an example, job security. Then I will be asking, how can I obtain another increment in this financial year? How can I obtain more bonuses in this financial year? So those are the economic decisions that the employees are going to take with regard to the company. All these will be taken based on what? Based on the financial statements. Clear? Then there are unlimited number of external stakeholders. අපි කියනවානේ external stakeholders unlimited ඉන්නවා කියන. There are unlimited number of external stakeholders. Those external stakeholders also taking various types of economic decisions. So for an example, if you consider myself as a investor of ABC, so what is the economic decision that I'm going to take? Whether to invest or not. If I'm an investor who is planning to invest in the shares of ABC company, so what is the economic decision that I'm going to take? Whether to invest or not. That is the economic decision that I will take. I will be taking that decision based on what? Based on the financial statements. Clear? If I consider myself as a creditor of this company, I will be taking economic decisions. What are those economic decisions? Number 1, how can I recover the money for the goods and services which I already provided? Clear? මම ණය හිමියෙක් විදිහට මම ගන්න පළවෙනි තීරණය තමයි මම දැන්ට දුන්නු භාණ්ඩ හා සේවා වලට අදාළව සල්ලි අය කරගන්නේ කොහොමද? Clear? Number 2, how can I do more business with this business organization? So those are the two decisions that I will be taking as a creditor. Yes or no? And as a debtor, I will be taking various types of economic decisions. So how can I do more credit transaction with this company? So those are the economic decisions that I need to take as a debtor. Then if you consider bank, so consider myself as a bank who will be interesting about ABC. As a bank, I will be taking one economic decision out of two. What is number 1? How can I provide more financial facilities to this business organization? That is one of the economic decisions. Number 2, how can I recover the installment for the financial facilities which we have already provided? So as bank, I will be taking one of the economic decisions out of those two. Clear? So likewise, there are various types of external stakeholders who are taking various types of economic decisions based on what? Based on the financial statements. Clear? Yes or no? Right. Online people, are we clear up to that point? තේරුණාද?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Then In that context, all these frauds and errors will have what? Will have an indirect impact to the stakeholders and to the respective economic decisions that the stakeholders are going to make based on the financial statements. ව්‍යාපාරය තුළ සිදුවන වංචා සහ වැරදි වක්‍රාකාර බලපෑමක් උනන්දු වන පාර්ශවයන්ට ඒගොල්ලෝ ගන්න මොනවද? ආර්ථිකමය තීරණයට එල්ල කරනවා. So it is not considered as a direct impact, it is considered as what? Indirect impact. So indirect impact comes where? Through the direct impact. තේරුණාද මේ indirect impact එක එන්නේ මොකක් හරහාද? මේ direct impact එක හරහා. So frauds and errors will have a direct impact to the financial statements, whereas these financial statements are used by the stakeholders to take various types of economic decisions. So therefore, fraud and errors will have an indirect impact to the stakeholders as well as to the economic decisions that the stakeholders are going to make. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes. Now the concern arises, will the stakeholders, that is the question, will the stakeholders going to accept the financial statements as it is? May stakeholders la may ABC company ke financial statements ඒ විදිහටම පිළිගන්නවාද? When they wanted to take the respective economic decisions, will they accept these financial statements as it is? ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ financial statements ඒ විදිහටම පිළිගන්නවාද? No. They wanted what? They wanted the audited financial statements. They will be not taking their economic decisions based on the draft financial statements. Clear? So they will be taking their decisions based on what? Based on the audited financial statements. Now the concern arises, these financial statements are audited by whom? May financial statements audit කරන්නේ කවුද? These are audited by an independent practitioner called whom? Practitioner called auditor. May audit කරන්නේ independent practitioner called auditor. Clear? So therefore, the standard says, as an auditor, you need to understand there are 3 stages in audit. As an auditor, you need to understand there are 3 stages in audit. What are the 3 stages? You have the planning stage, execution stage, and performing stage. Sorry, review stage. You have planning, execution, and review. අපි කියනවා සැලසුම් කරණය, ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීම හා සමාලෝචනය. So the aggregation of all these 3 referred as what? Overall audit process. Clear? So කොහෙද දැන් අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් overall audit process කියලා ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේ තුන එකද? So you have the planning stage, performing stage, and the review stage. So the standard says, as an auditor, throughout the audit process, you need to be on alert of having fraud and errors in the financial statements. Clear? As an auditor, you need to be on alert of having fraud and errors in the financial statements in the planning stage, at the execution stage, as well as at the review stage. So throughout the audit process, as an auditor, you need to identify the areas where it will lead to frauds and errors in the financial statements itself. Clear? So that is basically the whole idea behind SLS 240. Clear? හරි ටියුට් එක බලන්න දැන් මාතෘකාව කොහොමද තියෙන්නේ කියලා ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක මොකද තියෙන්නේ? Auditor's responsibility in relation to the auditor's responsibility in relating to frauds in an audit of financial statements. Are we clear? Are we talking about whose responsibility? Auditor's responsibility. In relation to what? No, auditor's responsibility in relation to what? In relation to frauds. Where? In the financial statements. Why that has to be considered by the auditor? Because these financial statements are used by whom? Used by the stakeholders to take various types of economic decisions. So therefore, the standard says, as an auditor, when you are conducting an audit, you need to identify the possibilities where the possibilities of having frauds in the financial statements. Are we clear? So that is why the standard name goes as what? Common standard name kala diyenne. Auditor's responsibility in relation to frauds in an audit of financial statements. මූල්‍ය වාර්තා සම්බන්ධයෙන් මූල්‍ය වාර්තාවල සිදුවන වංචා සම්බන්ධයෙන් කාගේ වගකීමද? විගණකවරයාගේ වගකීම ගැන තමයි ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක කතා කරන්නේ. So why the auditor needs to bother about frauds with regard to the financial statements? Because these financial statements used by who? Used by the stakeholders to take various types of economic decisions. So therefore the standard emphasizing the auditor throughout the audit process, in the planning stage, performing stage and the review stage, throughout the audit process, you need to identify the risk of having what? Frauds and errors in the financial statements. Clear? These fraud and errors may lead to what? The frauds which prevails in the financial statements may lead to what? The frauds which prevails in the financial statements may relate to what? May relates to what? Material misstatements in the financial statements. Frauds will result at what? Material misstatements in the financial statements. So what do you mean by a material misstatement? You need to understand the logic now. So what do you mean by a material misstatement? Material misstatement is a misstatement which will have a negative impact to the economic decisions of the stakeholders. The material misstatement material misstatement is a misstatement which prevails in the financial statement which will have a negative impact to the economic decisions of the stakeholders. So as an auditor, you need to identify that risk. Auditor risk identify risk identify. Clear? So that is why the standard SLS 240 emphasizing the auditor to focus on frauds which will lead to material misstatements in the financial statements. So throughout the audit process, throughout the audit, planning, execution and review, throughout the audit, the auditor needs to be on alert to identify the possibilities of having fraud and errors in the financials itself. Are we clear? Yes or no? Right. Online people, are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Any questions up to this point? You're free to ask any questions. Pratibadi? All good. Danuka. Clear? Clear. All good. Yapure? Clear. Mass holdings? මම නම් දන්නේ මම කම්පැනි සහය මතක තියන් ඉන්නේ ඒකයි. Clear? Right. Any questions up to this point? Okay. So in your tute, I have given you one full page. හරිද මම පළවෙනි ලොකු page එකක් තියලා තියෙනවා first page එකේ. හරි ඒක තියලා තියෙන්නේ මේ mastermind map එක ගහ ගන්න. ඒක දැම්ම ලියන්න ගන්න එපා. මොකද ඒක තව කෑලි එකතු වෙනවනේ. But in the introduction, I have given few line items. Introduction එකේ තියෙනවා පොඩි line items කීපයක්. Clear? අපි මේ පොඩි note එකක් ලියා ගමු. Clear? මොකද මම හැම එකම ටියුට් එක ටයිප් කරලා නැහැ. හොඳේ මට එහෙම ටියුට් එක ටයිප් කරාම එපා වෙනවා පුතා. මම ඇත්තට ටියුට් දෙන්න කැමති නැහැ ඔඩිටර්. ඉස්සර මම තනිකර notes මයි දෙන්නේ. හරිද? ලියන්න දෙනවා. But දැන් මේ time එකත් එක්ක කරන්න විදියක් නැහැ. Right. So we'll take a small note under that. Right. In simple language, online people take down this note under introduction space. In simple language, Fraud is considered as an intentional act. Fraud is considered as an intentional act. Fraud is considered as an intentional act. Whereas errors are considered as mistakes. Whereas errors are considered as mistakes. These fraud and errors, online people, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
These fraud and errors will have a direct impact. Highlight the word direct impact. These fraud and errors will have a direct impact. Will have a direct impact to the financial statements. To the financial statements. And these financial statements, continuation, and these financial statements also used by the stakeholders, within brackets you can say internal and external. Within brackets you can say internal and external, close brackets. To take their respective economic decisions. To take their respective economic decisions. To take their respective economic decisions. Therefore, through that direct impact, fraud and errors will have an indirect impact. Will have an indirect impact to the stakeholders, as well as to the economic decisions, which the stakeholders are going to make, based on those financial statements. Based on those financial statements. මේක වැඩි නම් කියන්න.
Sir, can you repeat the last line again?
Therefore, through the direct impact, fraud and errors will have indirect impact to the stakeholders as well as to the economic decisions which the stakeholders are going to make based on financial statements. Clear? Based on financial statements, right? Another para. Now the concern arises. As to whom who auditing those financial statements. Auditing those financial statements. Auditing those financial statements. So those financial statements are audited by a practitioner called auditor. By a practitioner called auditor. By a practitioner called auditor. Therefore, the standard emphasizing the auditor. Therefore, the standard emphasizing the auditor to be on alert, on the risk of having fraud and errors. On the risk of having fraud and errors. Risk of having fraud and errors throughout the audit process. Throughout the audit process. Throughout the audit process. The standard ඊට මදිද? ඈ ලබන පාර බජට් වැඩිපුර තියන්න. ඕගොල්ලන්ට ආයෝක ඕනේ නැහැ. ඕගොල්ලෝ දැන් කොහමද ලියහා ගන්න ලබන පාර බජට් වැඩිපුර තියන්න. හරි. Where did we stop? The standard is having a deep dive. With regard to that aspect. With regard to that aspect. With regard to that aspect. It means okay, use a separate pen. It means the auditor's responsibilities. It means the auditor's responsibilities. It means the auditor's responsibilities relating to fraud in an audit of financial statements. In an audit of financial statements. In an audit of financial statements. Clear? So if you understood the first para, that means 60% of the standard is done. තේරුණාද? ඔය පළවෙනි para එක හරියට තේරුම් ගත්තා කියන්නේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක මොනවද? 50% of the standard is done. දැන් ඔය para එක දීලා නැහැ ඔය para එක දීලා නැහැ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එකේ. Clear? ඔය para එක ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එකේ දීලා නැහැ. So that is where you need to demarcate that. තේරුණාද? So you need to understand the logic. So first thing that you need to do, this is applicable for accounting as well. Accounting standard එකක් වුණත් මුලින්ම ඉස්සෙල්ලා මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? logic එක තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ. So this is what is all about. Clear? So if you understood the first para, I would say 50% of the standard is done. Got it? Right. I'll give you 2 minutes. Just read the opening para and see. විනාඩියක් දෙන්නට අග opening para කියවන්න බලන්න. ගැන කිය කෙනවද? 18යි. online? Clear? Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Cool. Right. So now we are coming to the technical aspect of the standard. Now we are coming to the technical aspect of the standards. Right. So in simple language, you can say fraud is considered as an intentional act. Clear? Fraud is considered as an intentional act. But now you need to learn the technical definition of fraud. දැන් ඔය ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕනේ fraud එකේ තියෙන technical definition එක මොකක්ද කියන එක. ඒක exam එක test කරන්න නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරි. හරිද? pilot paper එකේ definitions අහලා නැහැනේ. But you need to know the technical definition as well. So what do you mean by fraud as per the standard? Right. So for you to understand the technical definition of fraud, there is a simple methodology that you need to follow. පැහැදිලිද? හරි කියන්නේ theory අමාරුම තැනක් තියනවා නම් තේරුම් ගන්න මොකද කරන්නේ? මොකක් හරි short form එකක් මතක තියාගෙන ඒ short form එකෙන් එක මතක හිටිනවා. clear? තමන්ට theory තේරුම් ගන්න අමාරුම තැනක් තියෙනවා නම් මොකද කරන්නේ? ඒ theory තේරුම් ගන්න අමාරුම තැනදී මොකක් හරි තමන්ටම කියලා ආවේනික method එකක් හදාගන්න to understand that theory. Clear? So for an example, this was happened when I was at grade 4. Okay, when I was at grade 4. That means in 1993. When I was at grade 4. දැන් කියන්න බෑ ඉපදිලා නැහැ කියලා අපි හරි. So when I was at grade 4, I still remember but that teacher passed away few years back. මට 4 වසරේ ඉන්නකොට මට හිටියා පන්ති බාර මිස් කෙනෙක් සෝමලතා මිස් කියලා. සෝමලතා මැඩම් කියලා අපි කියන්නේ. එයා මේ ළඟදී නැති වුණා. කැන්සර් එකක් ළඟදී අවුරුදු 5ක් විතර ඇති දැන්. මට ඒ කාලේ ධම්ම සිංහල ව්‍යාකරණ බෑ. හැමදාම සිංහල ව්‍යාකරණ මම වරද්දනවා. මම කිව්වොත් මී වලින් ඉවර වෙන්න ඕන. අපි කිව්වොත් මූ වලින් ඉවර වෙන්න ඕම තියෙනවනේ ව්‍යාකරණ. මට ඒක මතක හිටින්නෙම නෑ. එක දවසක් සෝමලතා මිස් මට ළඟට කතා කරලා වාක්‍යයක් කියලා දුන්නා. ජීවන්ත පුතා මේ වාක්‍ය මතක තියාගන්න. මේ පොඩි කවියක් කියලා දුන්නා. ඒ කවිය මතක තියාගන්න. ඒ කවිය මම ඉගෙන ගත්තේ එතකොට දැන් අවුරුදු 38කට නෑ. ඔව්. අවුරුදු 36කට කලින් 93 තමයි මම මේ කවිය ඉගෙන ගත්තේ. දැන් ඒල 2025 නේ. අවුරුදු 26 අවුරුදු කීයක්ද? 33ක්. මේ කවිය අවුරුදු 33ක්. මට තාම මේ කවිය මතකයි. හැබැයි 4 වසරේ පරිසරයෙන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් આવොත් දැන් මතකද? නෑ. එහෙම මතකද නේ? ඊයේ කාපේක අද මතක නෑ මොනවද කියලා අපිට. මේ අවුරුදු 33කට කලින් නැත්නම් කොහොමද මතක තියාගන්නද නේ? හවුද නැද්ද? බට අවුරුදු 30 ගානකට ඉගෙන ගත්ත කවිය මතකයි තා. මොකද කවිය? සිම්පල් කවියක්. මම කිව්වොත් මේ කියන්න. අපි කිව්වොත් මූ කියන්න. තෙපි කිව්වොත් හී කියන්න. තොපි නුඹලා හූ කියන්න. ඒක තමයි කවිය. අපි කිව්වොත් මේ කියන්න. මම කිව්වොත් මේ කියන්න. අපි කිව්වොත් මූ කියන්න. තෙපි කිව්වොත් හී කියන්න. තොපි නුඹලා හූ කියන්න. Clear? So until I die, I will never forget this verse. තේරුණාද? ඒ වගේ මොකක් හරි logical methods හදාගන්න තමන්ට අමාරු දේවල් මතක තියාගන්න. Clear? Right. So coming back to the topic. If someone is asking you what is the definition of a fraud? What is the definition of a fraud as per the standard? Very simple. You need to ask 3 questions from you. අහන්න ඕන ඔයාගෙන් ප්‍රශ්න 3ක්. Clear? So the answers that you are getting for these 3 questions will exactly give you the definition of a fraud as per the standard. මේ questions තුනට ඔයාලට හම්බෙන උත්තරේ කෙලින්ම standard එකේ නිර්වචනය. Clear? Right. So what are those 3 questions? Number 1, who is doing the fraud? කවුද වංචාවක් කරන්නේ? Clear? Who is going to do the fraud? Management, employees, parties who are responsible for good governance and third parties. මේ හතර ඇරෙන්න තව කට්ටියක් ඉන්නවද? මේ හතර ඇරෙන්න වංචාවක් කරනවා තව කට්ටිය ඉන්නවද? නෑ ඔය ඔක්කොමල්ල මේක ඇතුළේ ඉන්නවනේ. Management is an internal party. Employees are internal party. People who are responsible for good governance කියන්නේ කවුද? කවුද? Board of directors. And third parties. Third party කියනකොට ඔක්කොමල්ල ඉන්නවනේ මේක ඇතුළේ. Yes or no? Right. So that is the first question. Second one. Why you are doing it? Why you are doing it? To obtain an unjustifiable and illegal advantage. By the way, have you committed frauds in your life? ඔයාගේ life එකේ frauds වා කරලා තියෙනවද? හවුද නැද්ද? Yes, we have done enough. We have done enough. කවුරු කෙනෙක් කියනවා නම් මං අද වෙනකන් ජීවිතේ හොරකමක් කළා නැහැ කියලා හොඳ ළමා කාලයක් තිබිලම නැහැ. Agreed. හොඳ ළමා කාලයක් තිබිලම නැහැ. ගෙදරින් අම්මා බඩු අරගන්න සල්ලි දුන්නාට පස්සේ හරියට මිතුරු සල්ලි පියවුවද ගෙදර ගිහිල්ලා? කීයක්වත් මාටිය ගෙවුවේ නැද්ද ඒකේ? ගෙවුවද නැද්ද? That is considered as a fraud. Fraud එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ මේ කම්පැනි කියලා බිලියන ගාණක් වංචා කරන එක නෙමෙයි. I have never done that. But I have committed frauds. හරි අම්මා රුපියල් කීයක් හරි දුන්නොත් බඩු අරන් එන්න කියලා කීයක් හරි මාටිය ගන්න අඩු ගන්න ඒ කඩේ ඒ බඩුව නැහැ කියලා ඒ ඉතුරු සල්ලි ටික මන් තියා ගන්නවා ඒ කාලේ. Agreed. I still remember when I was going for my A-level classes. I told you last week, right? When I was going to my A-level classes, my class fees is 700 rupees. Class fee එක subject එක රුපියල් 700යි. මං ගෙදර එක රුපියල් 1000යි කියලා. මං කිව්වා per subject 1000යි. ඒතර අම්මා subject තුනට කීයක් දුන්නාද? 3000ක් දුන්නා. Econ, business studies and accounts 3000ක් දුන්නා. class fee කීයද? 2100යි. රුපියල් 900ක්. why? ඒ කාලේ මට ගෑල්ලා මේක හිටියා. I need to manage her expenses as well. බස් එක යනකොට එයාට ගන්න කියන්න බෑනේ. කිරි පැකට්ටයක් බොනකොට ඔයාගේ එකට ඔයා දෙන්න මගේ එකට මන් දෙන්නම් කියන්න බෑනේ. කලිසමක් නැද? ඔව්ද නැද්ද? ඒකේ ළම්මයන් අම්මා මට ගෑල්ලා මේක ඉන්නවා මං එයාත් එක්ක මේ කිරි පැකට්ටයක් බොන්න යනවා මට රුපියල් 300ක් වැඩිපුර දෙන්න. එහෙම කියන්නත් බෑ. ක්ලියර්. ඉතින් මම ආසන්නම 1000 වලට ක්ලාස් fee එක වටයලා ගත්තා. මට වැටීම හොඳට පුළුවන් ඒ කාලේ. ආසන්නම දහස් සංඛ්‍යාවට මම ක්ලාස් fee එක වටයලා ගත්තා. 700යි ආසන්න දහස් සංඛ්‍යාවට වටුම කීයද? 1000යි. And my mother and father never checking my cards. ක්ලාස් එකේ කාඩ් එක බලන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ කවදාවත්. Agreed, but I have done the justice. මම හොඳට ඉගෙන ගත්තා, කැම්පස් ගියා. ඒ ටික නේ රුපියල් 300ක් වංචා කරලා අවුලන්නේ. Agreed. And be very open. I am one of the students who came to JMC without paying 2 months class fees as a result of the internal control weaknesses of JMC when I was a student. මම ස්ටුඩන්ට් කෙනෙක් විතර මෙහෙ ඉගෙන ගන්න මම මාස දෙකක් කියලා දෙනවා class fees ගෙවන්න නැතුව. But don't ask how. ඒක කියන්නේ නැහැ පුතා. Don't ask how. Is it a fraud or an error? Fraud or an error? It's a fraud. It's a fraud. හරිද? I mean lecturing for almost 18 years now. මම මේ class fees දෙක තාම ගෙවලා නැහැ. Agreed. I been lecturing here for almost 18 years. ඒ class fees එක තාම ගෙවලා නැහැ. මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නේ නැහැ මං හිතන්නේ. හරිද? You got the point? So those are considered as what? Frauds. Clear? Right. So coming back to the online people, are we clear on this? Online guys. පුතේ ඇහෙනවා නම් ඇහෙනවා කියන නැත්තම් නැහැ කියන්නේ. දෙකෙන් එකක්.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Okay, fine. So why you are doing a fraud? To obtain an unjustifiable and illegal advantage. හරිද? තමන්ගේ ළඟ රුපියල් 5000 නැත්තම් accountant කියලා IOU එකක් දාලා 5000ක් කිල්ල ගන්න එකද හරි නැත්නම් ලාච්චුවෙන් කාටවත් නොකිය 5000ක් ගන්න එකද හරි IOU එකක් දාලා සල්ලි ඉල්ල ගන්නවා. So you are basically committing a fraud to obtain what? Unjustifiable and illegal advantage. Are we clear? Yes or no? රුපියල් 700ක් යන ක්ලාස් ෆී එක 1000ක් කියලා අම්මට කිව්වා. Illegal and unjustifiable advantage. හවුද නැත්? Got it? Right. Who is doing the fraud? Why they are doing it? Finally, how they are going to do it? It is considered as what? Intentional act. So the answer which you are giving to those three questions, මෙන්න මේ ප්‍රශ්න තුනට පුතේ ඔයා දෙන උත්තරය exactly equals to the definition of fraud as per SLA US 240. So if someone is asking you, what do you mean by a fraud? What is the answer that you need to give? It's an intentional act done by management, employees, people who are responsible for good governance, or third parties with the objective of obtaining unjustifiable and illegal advantage. තේරුණාද? ඕක නිකම්ම definition එක කිව්වනම් තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. Clear? But if you plug this definition to these three questions, you will be getting the detailed understanding. තේරුණාද? Clear? Yes or no? Right. Okay. Based on this definition, what you need to understand is this. The above definition will expand it to a much wider scope than the auditor is expecting. හවුද නැද්ද? මේ definition එක අපි හිතනවට වඩා ලොකු පරාසයකට යනවද නැද්ද? ලොකු පරාසයකට යනවා. Clear? For an example, let's say, let's take a classic example. Right, let's say ABC company is having 3 directors. අපි ගමු. ABC company no directors ලා 3 දෙනෙක්. A, B and C. Clear? අපි ගමු 3 දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා A, B and C. මේ 3 දෙනා තමයි ABC company directors ලා ඉන්නේ. Clear? Right. Let's say I'm the auditor. I'm the auditor where these 3 ladies are the directors. Okay. Your company wanted to, what do you call it? Offer a tender. ඔය company එකට ඕනේ supplier කෙනෙකුට tender එකක් offer කරන්න. So when you want to offer a tender, you will be quoting what? You will be quoting quotations no. ඔයාට tender එකක් දෙන්න නම් suppliers line quotations call කරනවා. Clear? Right. So let's say these 6 people are the people who basically tender the tenders. So as directors, you need to evaluate the tenders and select the best suitable supplier for the benefit of the company. Agreed? ඔය ටික අරගෙන බැලුවම හිතමු she is the person who gave a reasonable price to that project where technically that offer should go to her. මෙයාට තමයි යන්න ඕන. Agreed? But let's say she knows you. මෙයා දන්නවා. ඒක නිසා මෙයා call එකක් දීලා ඔයාට කියනවා Jerin, I wanted this what do you call tender somehow. You make sure that I'm getting this tender. Send me your personal account number. I will be depositing 2 million to your account. ඔයා කතා කරලා මෙයාට කියනවා right මට මේ tender එක කොහමද අරන් දෙන්න. but මම ඔයාගේ personal account එකට 2 million deposit කරන්නම්. Can that be happen? පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? පුළුවන්. ඒ දෙන්නම කියනවා පුළුවන් කියලා දැක්කද? ඒ දෙන්නම කියනවා මොකක්ද කියලාද? ඒක තමයි මම fraud කියලා කිව්වේ මම that can be happen කියලා. ඒ දෙන්නම කියනවා පුළුවන්ලු. හරි that can be happen. Okay, that is considered as what? Considered as a fraud. Okay, but as an auditor, considered as an auditor, do I have the freedom to review or check her personal bank accounts? මට පුළුවන් දෙයා ඒ ඩිරෙක්ටර් එක personal bank accounts කියලා බලන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. But that fraud comes into the definition of this. හරිද? ඒ fraud එක ආවේ මේ definition එක ඇතුළට. Yes or no? But as an auditor, I do not have the freedom to refer her personal bank accounts. Agreed? So therefore, the definition of a fraud is expanding into a much larger scope than the auditor expected. Yes or no? තේරුණාද? Online people, are we clear up to this point? තේරුණාද මෙතන වෙනකම්?
Yes, sir.
So definition එක බැලුවම පේනවා මේක ලොකු scope එකකට යනවා කියලා. Now the concern arises what? Whether the auditor is liable to detect all the frauds which prevails in the company itself. As an auditor, do we have the responsibility to detect all the frauds which prevails in the entity? අපිට පුළුවන්ද විගණකවරයෙක් විදිහට ව්‍යාපාරය තුල සිදුවන හැම වංචාවක්ම අනාවරණය කරගන්න? Is it practical? දැන් example එකක් ගන්න අර මම ගත්ත example එක. Right. So you obtain 2 million from her and both three of them are get together and offered that job to her. It is considered as a fraud. As an auditor, do I have the responsibility to detect that? Technically yes, but practically no. ආතර මට ව්‍යාපාරය තුල සිදුවන හැම වංචාවක්ම මට අනාවරණය කරගන්න බෑ. Clear? So your definite answer would be what? No. But however, the standard says you are responsible to detect frauds which will lead to material misstatements in the financials. Agreed. So as an auditor, you are not having the responsibility to detect all the frauds which prevails in the business organization. As an auditor, you are responsible to detect the frauds which will lead to what? Material misstatements. Which will lead to material misstatements in the financials. Why? These material misstatements will have a negative impact to what? Stakeholders as well as to the economic decisions that the stakeholders are going to make. Are we clear? So in simple language, fraud is considered as a definition which expanded to a much broad area. Therefore, as an auditor, you are not liable to detect all the frauds which prevails in the business organization. However, as an auditor, you are responsible to detect frauds which will lead to what? Material misstatements in the financials. Why? These material misstatements will have a negative impact to stakeholders as well as to the economic decisions that the stakeholders are going to make. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes. තේරුණාද? So in broader form, frauds are considered divided into two categories. Number one is referred as misappropriation of assets. Number two is referred as what? Fraudulent financial reporting. So the fraud is basically having two segments. Number one, misappropriation of assets. Number two, fraudulent financial reporting. අපි සිංහලෙන් කියන මොකද්ද? වත්කම් අයථා භාවිතය. Misappropriation of assets. Fraudulent financial reporting කියන්නේ වංචනික මූල්‍ය වාර්තාකරණය. So the frauds are categorized into two categories. Number one, misappropriation of assets. Number two, what? Fraudulent financial reporting. Are we clear? Right. So we'll take few examples. Right. Okay. Cashier misusing company cash. Which category? Misappropriation of assets. Directors are using company assets for their personal usage. Misappropriation of assets. Storekeepers are using inventory for their personal advantage. Misappropriation of assets. Recording transactions without having a substance. Fraudulent financial reporting. Recording fictitious journal entries. Fraudulent financial reporting. Alteration done in documents to conceal the impact of the transactions. Fraudulent financial reporting. So the frauds are categorized into two categories: misappropriation of assets and fraudulent financial reporting. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes. Errors are considered as what? Unintentional mistakes which prevails in the financials. Clear? තේරුණාද? Yes or no? Yes. Online people, are we clear up to this point? තේරුණාද? Online guys, are we clear? Online guys, am I audible? In the end, right. Right. I wanted all of you to read up to page number 3 now. Page number 3 එකයි page number 4 එකේ important කියලා topic එකකුත් තියෙන ඒකත් කියව ගන්න. Right. Clear? So I basically highlighted the 2 important points which we discussed thus far. So fraud and errors will have a direct impact to the financial statements and indirect impact to the stakeholders and the respective economic decisions. Number 2, the definition of a fraud expanded to a much greater scope, and the audit expected to detect the frauds which will lead to material misstatements in the financials. Clear? Terunada? Got it? Right. Right. Are we clear on this? Right. Online people, are we clear up to this point? Terunada?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Now coming back to another important point. Prevention of fraud and errors and detection of fraud and errors. වැරදි හා වංචාව වළක්වා ගැනීම සහ වැරදි හා වංචාවන් හෙළිදරව් කර ගැනීම. මුලින්ම මොකද්ද වෙන්න ඕනේ මේ දෙකේ? Prevention of fraud and errors or detection of fraud and errors? මොකද්ද මුලින් වෙන්න ඕනේ? Prevention ද detection? Prevention. මොකද detect කරගන්න වෙලා තියෙන නිසානේ. අපි කියනවා වැරදි හා වංචාවන් වළක්වා ගැනීම සහ වැරදි හා වංචාවන් හෙළිදරව් කර ගැනීම. මුලින්ම කරන්න ඕනේ මොකද්ද එතකොට? වළක්වා ගන්න එක කරන්න ඕනේ. වළක්වාගෙනනේ උනාට පස්සේ හෙළිදරව් කරගන්න ඕනේ. Clear? Right. So the prevention of fraud and errors and detection of fraud and errors. Right. Okay. My question is this. Prevention and detection of fraud and errors, the primary responsibility remains with whom? කාලඟ දෙකේ primary responsibility එක තියෙන්නේ. Is it with the management or with the auditor? What do you think? It's with management. So the primary responsibility with regard to the prevention and detection of fraud and errors is vested with who? Is vested with management. Why? They are the people who are basically controlling the business organization. They are the people who are managing the business organization. So they should have the responsibility in relation to the prevention and detection of fraud and errors. Clear? Right. So the primary responsibility with regard to the prevention and detection of fraud and errors is basically vested with whom? Vested with management. So for an example, if the cashiers are misusing cash, management has to take the appropriate action to prevent and detect those misstatements. Yes or no? If the storekeepers are misusing company stock, management has to take the actions either to prevent or detect those misstatements. So the prevention and detection of fraud and errors, the primary responsibility is vested with who? Vested with management. But does it mean that the audit is not having any responsibility? ඒකෙන් කියවනේ විගණකවරයාට වගකීමක් නැහැ කියලාද? අපි එතනට පස්සෙමු. So we'll discuss about the auditor's responsibility at the later stage. Right. So the primary responsibility with regard to the prevention and detection of fraud and errors is vested with whom? Vested with management. Clear? වැරදි හා වංචාවන් වළක්වා ගැනීම සහ හෙළිදරව් කර ගැනීමේ වගකීම තියෙන කාටද? Management එක. Right. In order to fulfill this requirement, the standard says management has to do two things. මේක හරියට මේ වගකීම ඉටු කරන්න management එක වැඩ දෙකක් කරන්න ඕනේ. Clear? Number one, the standard says, as board of directors and as management, you need to implement proper accounting and internal control system within the business organization. If you able to implement proper accounting and internal control system within the business organization, you will be preventing fraud and errors and you will be detecting fraud and errors as well. Clear? Right. So we'll take few examples. Right. Okay. So what do you mean by internal control system? We'll discuss later at the later stage. Right. Okay. For an example, let's say, okay, there is a tendency of cashiers are misusing cash. Okay. There is a tendency of cashiers are misusing cash. Okay. If you are a director of this business organization, what are the actions that you can take to mitigate that issue? මොකක්ද risk එක? Cashiers are misusing cash. If I am a director, what are the measures, controls that I can take? What is the first step that I need to take? Okay, so we'll identify this. Okay, so risk is what? Employees misusing cash. Employees misusing cash. Right. So what are the actions that I can take here? What are the actions that I can take? So what are the actions that I can take? Sorry? Okay, physical cash, system cash, combine. But before that, what is the first thing that I need to do? What is the first thing that I need to do? Oh, you need to killing it. What is the first thing that I need to do? Right? Recording transactions are the calling. Before that?
Create a culture that the theft is not allowed in the organization.
Okay, but before that? Keep it very simple. Keep it very simple. What is the first thing that I need to do? CCTV දාන්න. ඒකටත් කලින්?
Cashier.
What is the first thing that I need to do? No. What is the first thing that I need to do? Appointing a responsible party to handle the cash related transactions. PT cashier and the main cashier. කියා එකේ දැන් සර්විස් කරාම ඔක්කොමලට චෙක්ස් බාර ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? කෑෂ් බාර ගන්නවද? ක්‍රෙඩිට් කාඩ් ස්වයිප් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. කවුද කරන්නේ? cashier. සර්විස් ඒජන්ට් කෙනෙකුට සල්ලි බාර ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? mechanical department එකේ වාහනේ හොදපෙකුට සල්ලි බාර ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. So cash has to be handed over to whom? To the cashier. So my first action would be what? Appointing a responsible party who will be responsible for cash related transactions. Without implementing this, you can't implement anything. Number 2, if you received cash, you need to issue what? Receipt එකක් දෙන්න. If you are making a cash payment, there has to be what? Approved payment voucher. Yes or no? Yes. Then, as he mentioned, you do what? Physical cash count and check that with cash book balance. Clear? Instructing the staff to deposit daily collection on daily basis. Agreed? Daily collection should not be used for day-to-day transactions, day-to-day payments. හරිද? daily collection එක කවදාවත් අපි daily payments කරන්න ගන්නවද? නෑ, daily collection has to be banked on the same day or in the following day. If you want to incur daily payments, you need to have what? Petty cash. Keep a separate petty cash flow for that. Yes or no? While implementing all these controls, can you prevent fraud and errors which prevails in cash? Yes. Can you detect fraud and errors which prevails in cash? Right. Okay. First one, preventive control or detective control? Make. Understand the logic. Is it a preventive control or a detective control? It's a preventive control. This one, when you accepting cash from a customer, you need to issue a receipt. And when you are making a payment from cash, there has to be approved payment voucher. Preventive or detective? ප්‍රශ්නේ අහන්න, මේ control එක දාන්නේ වැරදි හා වංචාවන් වළක්වා ගන්නද වෙලා තියෙන එක හෙළිදරව් කර ගන්නද? That is a question that you need to ask. You are instructing the cashiers to give a receipt when your customer is handing over the cash. And you are requesting, advising the cashier to have an approved payment voucher before releasing cash for any payments. Preventive or detective? These two basically preventive. Preventive control. This one, you are physically doing a cash count and check the physical cash with the cash book balance. This is detective. This one, you are advising the cashiers to deposit the collection on daily basis rather than keeping them with themselves. This is preventive. This one? Daily collection should not be used for day-to-day payments. Preventive. Clear? Yes or no? So while implementing those controls, Puta, you can prevent fraud and errors, and you can detect fraud and errors that occurs or may occurs in cash. That is what you referred as what? Implementing a proper accounting and internal control system. Yes or no? Yes. Clear? Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Online guys, are we clear?
Yes, clear, sir.
Right, good. That is what you referred as implementation of a proper accounting and internal control system. Clear? Number 2, the standard says you need to have good control environment and control activities. Standard එක කියනවා මෙන්න මේ දෙවැනි එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා. Bit of a technical stuff. What do you mean by control environment and what do you mean by control activities? ඒක ටියුට් එකේ නෑ. ඒක මම අතින් ලියන්න දීලා තියෙනවා. What do you mean by control environment and what do you mean by control activities? Right. Okay. For me to explain that in a simple way, I'm asking a basic question. What is the end objective of coming to this class? What is the main objective of coming to this class? To pass the exam. You may be having some ancillary objectives, but the main objective is what? Main objective is what? Exam එක pass වෙන එක. So you may have some ancillary objectives of coming to JMC on weekends. වෙන්න පුළුවන් පුතා. නේ? You may be having some ancillary objectives. So for an example, I am a person who did commerce for my A levels. Clear? I am a person who did commerce for my A levels. But I went for a physics class for a period of 6 months. Commerce කරනකොට පුතා භෞතික විද්‍යාව නේ. මම මාස 6ක් විතර භෞතික විද්‍යාව පන්තියකට ගියා. But the objective are two different things. දෙකට අග්ගහලා තේරෙන්න ඕනේ ඇයි කියන්නේ. Clear? පුතා ජීවිතේ ඇරෙස් තියාගන්න හොඳ නැහැ. ඒ කාලේ කරන්න ඕන වැඩ කරලා තියෙනවා. Yes or no? මගේ ජීවිතේ නම් ඇරියස් නෑ මුකුත්. හරිද? ඒ කාලේ ඒ වයසේදී කරන්න ඕන හැමදේම අපි කළා දෙනවා. වැරදි වැඩ කළා නෑ. but කොල්ලෙක් විතර කරන්න ඕන වැඩ ටික කළා තියෙනවා. හරිද? මගේ ජීවිතේ එකම ඇරියස් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් තියෙන්නේ මම බීලා නෑ. බොන්නේ නෑ. ඒ අරෙන්න මගේ ජීවිතේ ඇරියස් නෑ පුතා. I'm a person who never tasted a wine in my life. I'm 42 now. My ජීවිතේ මම වයින් එකක් බීලා නම් බියර් එකක්වත් බීලා නෑ. That is basically one of the areas I would say. හරි මම ඒකේ feeling එක කොහොමද කියන දන්නේ නෑ ඇත්තට. Agreed. But A level කරන කාලේ, O level කරන කාලේ, campus ඉන්න කාලේ ඒ කරන්න ඕනට කළා තියෙනවා. පන්ති කට් කරලා දෙන ඕන තරම්. ඉස්කෝලේ යන කාලේ ප්‍රින්සිපල් ගෙන් ගුටි කාලේ නැත්නම් කොල්ලෙක්ගෙන් වැඩක් නෑ නේ පුතා. හවුද නැද්ද? මම ඒකත් කළා තියෙනවා. Yes. And be very open. And be very open. Agreed. And you don't believe I'm the head prefect in my school as well. Head prefect. Yes. ඒ ගුටි කාලා දෙන්නේ 7-8 වසරවල, but I was a head prefect in my school. No. I'm the head prefect in my school and I'm the only head prefect at that time. I'm the only head prefect in my at that time who obtained 3 years and went to university. මගෙන් පස්සේ ආපු කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා, but මම තමයි අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ පළවෙනි head prefect ඒ තුනක් අරන් ජපුර කැම්පස් ගියේ. නැත්නම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් head prefect කණුනේ. A level එහෙමනේ හිතන් ඉන්නේ. Agreed. කැම්පස් ගියාට පස්සේ පුතා මං ඉගෙන ගත්ත එක විතරක් නෙමෙයි කරේ. හරිද? ස්පෝර්ට්ස් කරා. පෝස්ටර් ගැහුවා. තව දේවල් කරා. හරිද? So I don't have any areas in my life. Agreed. Okay. Coming back to the topic. Okay. So that is why I am telling you. So as a person who did commerce, I went for a physics class for a period of 6 months. So my objective is not to learn physics. My objective is a different one, but පස්සේ තේරුණා මම මේ පන්ති ඉඳලා වැඩක් නැහැ කියලා. හරිද? මොකද එයාට ෆිසික්ස් උගන්වන්න වෙන කෙනෙක් හිටියා එතකොට. Then I moved out. දන්නේ නැහැනේ පුතා ඒ කාලේ. Then I moved out and be very open. Clear? Right. So the main objective of coming to this class is what? To pass the exam. Okay, fine. My question is this: for you to pass the exam, what you need to do? ඔයාට exam එක pass වෙන්න ඕන නම් මොනවද කරන්න ඕනේ? හැමදාම class එන්න. හොඳ වෙලාවට අදිතම කිව්වා. මොකද උගී සතිය ආවේ නැහැනේ. ඕම කිව්වා ඒක. හරි. right. හැමදාම class එන්න ඕන. right. ඊට පස්සේ දෙක පාඩම් කරන්න ඕනේ. right. හැමදාම වෙලාවට class එන්න ඕන. lecture එකට කලින්. තේරුණාද? okay, good, cool. right. හැමදාම වෙලාවට class එකට එන්න ඕනේ. හැමදාම පාඩම් කරන්න ඕනේ. 3 short notes ගහන්න ඕනේ. past papers වලට උත්තර ලියන්න ඕනේ. බැරි තැනක් තියෙනවා නම් lecturer ගෙන් අහන්න ඕනේ. Clear? Right. If you do all this stuff, you can pass the exam. Yes or no? Yes. But on top of all this, you need to have this. ඔය ඔක්කොම කරන්න පුතා මේක තිබුණොත් විතරයි. මොකද්ද? ඔයා පාඩම් කරන එක කරන්නේ, ක්ලාස් එන එක කරන්නේ, වෙලාවට පන්ති එන එක කරන්නේ, papers කරන්නේ, short notes ගහන්නේ, mind map ගහන්නේ. ඔය හැමදේම කරන්නේ මෙන්න මේ කොටස තිබුණොත් විතරයි. Attitude, yes. You need to have that attitude of passing the exam. ඔයා කොහොම හරි හිතන්න ඕනේ මම CL level 3 එක මේ පාර ඉවර කරගන්නවා. That attitude has to be there. If you don't have that attitude, those activities may not in line. තේරුණාද? Yes or no? කොහොම හරි exam එක pass වෙනකන් attitude එක තියෙන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? You need to have that attitude with you. If you don't have that attitude, all these activities may not fall aligned. තේරුණාද? That attitude is referred as what? Control environment. That attitude is referred as what? Control environment, and the activities are referred as what? Control activities. Right. Coming back to the topic which we discussed in there. For you to implement all these, clear? For you to implement all these as board of directors, you need to understand what? Very important point. What is that? For you to implement all these activities, these are referred as control activities. මේ අපි ලියපු කාරණා ටික ගන්න අපි control activities කියලා. So if you implemented all these control activities, you can prevent fraud and errors and you can detect fraud and errors which happens in cash. තේරුණාද? එතකොට මේ ඔක්කොම ගන්න අපි control activities කියලා. මේ 1 2 3 4 5ක් ලියලා තියෙනවානේ මේ පහම ගන්න control activities කියලා. Clear? But for you to implement all these stuff, as board of directors, you need to understand few things. You need to understand the importance of internal controls to the business organization. Clear? You need to understand the importance of the internal controls to the business organization. Yes or no? Then you need to have deep understanding of the internal controls of the business organization. These two. I would say this comes first. Make a mulling end on. It was how I make it known. Clear? As board of directors, you need to understand, you need to have a deep understanding with regard to the internal controls of the business organization, because you are the people who design those. Yes or no? So as people who are designing those internal controls, you need to have a deep understanding about the internal controls first. Number 2, then you need to have a deep understanding with regard to what? Importance of the internal controls to what? To the business organization. The aggregation of these two referred as what? Control environment. මේ දෙක එකතුව තමයි කියන්නේ මොකක් කියලාද? control environment එකක් කියන්නේ. If you do have a proper control environment within the business organization, it is very much easy for you to implement what? Control activities. So if you properly implement the control activities, so that you can have a proper accounting and internal control system. තේරුණාද? Yes or no? Clear? So the most important factor is to have an understanding with regard to what? Control environment and with regard to what? Control activities. Having these two will leads to proper accounting and internal control systems. Clear? Having these two will lead to proper accounting and internal control system, which will prevent and detect what? Frauds and errors. තේරුණාද? Clear? So the entire responsibility of the entire thing vested with whom? Vested with management. Clear? Yes or no? Yes. Got the understanding? Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Look at the board now. If you able to establish proper control environment and control activities, you should be able to implement a proper accounting and internal control system. If you able to implement a proper accounting and internal control system within the business organization, which will give the facility to prevent and detect what? Fraud and errors. තේරුණාද? To prevent and detect fraud and errors. Clear? Yes or no? Got it? Any questions up to this point? No questions. All clear? Right. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So there is a small note that you need to take down in the tute. It's in page number 4. Yeah, additional notes for control environment and control activities, right? So we'll take down this note. Okay. Put a small subheading, control environment. Control environment. This refers to the culture. This refers to the culture of the organization. And the attitudes towards the risk. And the attitudes towards the risk. The risk awareness culture. The risk awareness culture should be created by the board of directors. Should be created by the board of directors. Should be created by the board of directors. Board of directors, comma, the parties who are responsible for good governance. Board of directors, comma, the parties who are responsible for good governance. and to provide an example to all employees. Okay, within brackets you can say, in simple language, control environment is the understanding that the management will have with regard to the internal controls, and the importance of the internal controls, to the business organization. Right. Small subheading, control activities. Okay. These are the internal controls. Which are designed to fulfill particular objectives. Right. Put a star mark and write down this. Proper control environment and control activities are considered as two important elements in the internal control systems. Full stop. Having a proper control environment and control activities will leads to proper accounting and internal control system, proper accounting and internal control system, which will leads to prevention and detection of fraud and errors. Which is a responsibility of BOD/management. BOD/management. Right. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, so coming back to the final segment. මේ වගේ මේකක් ගහගන්නේ කොච්චර ලේසිද කියලා පාඩමක් තේරුම් ගන්න. Rather than you refer this book. Right. Okay. Now, the prevention and detection of fraud and errors, the primary responsibility is vested with whom? Vested with management. But does it mean that the audit is not having any responsibility? ඒකෙන් කියවෙන්නේ විගණකවරට වගකීමක් නැහැ කියලාද? What do you think? ඒකෙන් කියවෙන්නේ විගණකට වගකීමක් නැහැ කියලාද? What do you think? දනුක විගණකට වගකීමක් නැද්ද? ඒක හරියට මෙහෙමයි. දරුවෙක් හරියට හදාගන්න එකේ වගකීම තියෙන කාටද? අම්මරයි තාත්තටයි. දරුවෙක් හදාගන්න එකේ වගකීම තියෙන හරියට කාටද? අම්මරයි තාත්තටයි. ඒකෙන් කියවෙන්නේ පන්ති භාර ගුරුවරයාට වගකීමක් නැහැ කියලාද? දරුවෙක් හරියට හදාගන්න එකේ වගකීම තියෙන අම්මරයි තාත්තටයි. හරි. ඒකෙන් කියවෙන්නේ ගුරුවරයාට වගකීමක් නැහැ කියලාද? මොකද හිතන්නේ? එයාට වගකීමක් තියනවද නැද්ද? තියෙනවා. අම්මට තාත්තට තරම් වගකීමක් නැහැ. බට් සමාජය එයාගෙන් උත් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන වගකීමක් තියනවද නැද්ද? තියෙනවා. ඉස්කෝලේ ඉන්න ටයිම් එකේ ඒ ළමයා ඉන්න කාත් එක්කද? ගුරුවරයාත් එක්කනේ. ඒතකොට ළමයා වැරදි පැත්තට යනවා නම් ගුරුවරයාට වගකීමක් තියෙනවා දෙමව්පියන්ට ඉන්ෆෝම් කරලා ඒක හදන්න. හවුද නැද්ද? ඒතකොට එයා ඒක කරන්නේ නැතුව ඉන්නවා කියන්නේ එයාත් වැරදිකාරයෙක්ද නැද්ද? එයාත් වැරදිකාරයෙක්. Same principle applies here. Keep it very simple. The primary responsibility with regard to the prevention and detection of fraud and errors is vested with management. But it does not mean that the audit is not having any responsibility. ඒකෙන් කියවෙන්නේ නැහැ විගණකට වගකීමක් නැහැ කියලා. විගණකට වගකීමක් නැත්තම් මේ කතන්දරේ කියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. මේක ඕනේ නැහැ නේ කියන්න. මොකද්ද මෙතන කියන්නේ? ස්ක්‍රීන් එක විතරක් දාන්න. මෙතන කියනවා throughout the audit process as an auditor you need to be on alert of having fraud and errors. ඉතින් වගකීමක් නැත්තම් මේ alert එකේ ඉන්න කියන්නේ ඇයි? Audit also having a responsibility up to a certain extent. තේරුණාද? So what is that responsibility? So standard says as an auditor you need to perform particular procedures. As an auditor you need to perform particular procedures. What are those procedures? Standard says throughout the audit process you need to have a discussion among your team members to ascertain the risk of having fraud and errors. Throughout the audit process that discussions has to be there in the planning stage, execution stage and review stage. මේ stages තුනේදී මේක වෙන්න ඕන. Throughout the audit process, as an audit team, you need to have a discussion among each others to ascertain the risk of having what? Fraud and error. So that discussion has to be there with the engagement partner. Engagement partner ගේ මේ discussion එක තියෙන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? තියෙන්න ඕනේ. So why that discussion is important? Why that discussion is important? Hari. Let me ask a small question. The best way to study is to study individually or study as a group? හොඳම method එක තනි තනිව පාඩම් කරන එකද group එකක් විතර පාඩම් කරන එකද? Group එකක් විතර පාඩම් කරන එක. හැබැයි වැඩේ හරියට වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරි වැඩේ හරියට වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් තනියෙන් කරන එක හොඳයි. But if the work is done properly, I would say always group studying is the best. Why? Because you can share the knowledge. ඔයා දන්නේ නැති දෙයක් ප්‍රතිභානිකෙන් අහගන්න පුළුවන්. ප්‍රතිභානි දන්නේ නැති දෙයක් මාස් හෝල්ඩින්ග්ස් එකෙන් අහන්න පුළුවන්. Clear? හවුද නැද්ද? The group study is very important. Agreed. Same scenario applies for auditors as well. So the standard says throughout the audit period, planning stage, performing stage and review stage. Throughout the audit period, you better have discussions among the team itself to ascertain the possibilities where the frauds and errors might take place. Why? An area which I may not detected by her. හවුද නැද්ද? මම හොයාගත්ත නැති දෙයක් මම දකින්න නැති දෙයක් එයා හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? පුළුවන්. අපි දෙන්නම නොදැක්ක දෙයක් මෙයා හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? පුළුවන්. අපි කවුරුන් නොදැක්ක ඒරියා එකක් she might have to find out. So therefore better to have discussions among the audit team at regular intervals throughout the audit process to ascertain the possibilities of having what? Fraud and errors. Clear? So for an example, engagement partner can share the experience in relation to the team. Senior members in the engagement team can share their experience to the junior members. If junior members are having concerns with regard to some areas, they can always question from seniors and the engagement partner. So therefore, it is important for you to have discussions among the audit team at regular intervals. But remember, these discussions has to be done at the planning stage, execution stage and review stage as well. මේ stages තුනේදී මේක කරන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? ඒ තුනේදී මේක කරන්න ඕන. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes. Number 2, having discussions won't do the job. You need to perform what? Risk assessment. As an auditor, you need to perform risk assessment. Clear? So how you are going to perform the risk assessment? You need to consider the fraud risk factors. Clear? Risk assessment කියන එක ලොකුවට මතක තියාගන්න. කියන්නේ ලොකුවට technically දැනගන්න එපා. අපි ඒක වෙනම කතා කරමු. So you need to perform a risk assessment. So in simple language, what I mean by risk assessment, you need to focus on what? Fraud risk factors. Clear? So when you look at from fraud risk factors purview, there are 3 types of fraud risk. ඒක මට මේකේ දාන්න ඉඩ මදි. Clear? But tute එකේ ඔක්කොම ටික තියෙනවා. Right. So when you look at from the fraud perspective, there are 3 types of fraud risk factors. Fraud risk factors තුනක් තියෙනවා. Fraud risk factors. නැත්නම් සමහර පොතවල දෙනවා මේකට risk triangle කියලා දෙකම එකයි. So what are the 3 fraud risk factors? Number 1, opportunities. Opportunities which will lead to fraud and errors. Clear? Number 2, employee attitudes. Employee attitudes which leads to fraud and errors. Clear? Number 3, incentives and pressures. incentives and pressures. So those are the three fraud risk factors. You will be having opportunities which will lead to fraud and errors, employee attitudes which leads to fraud and errors, incentives and pressures which leads to fraud and errors. Clear? ඕක අපි නිකන් triangle එකකට දැම්මොත් it's like this. මේක තමයි fraud triangle කියලා කියන්නේ. Clear? Here we will put frauds. We'll say fraud and errors. මේ standard එක errors කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ, but අපි errors උත් දාමුකෝ. Frauds and errors. Clear? Here you can put opportunities. Here you can put employee attitudes. Here you can put what? Incentives and pressures. All these will leads to what? Fraud and errors. Clear? For an example, opportunities. Number one, weaknesses in the internal control system will considered as a great opportunity leads to what? Fraud and errors. අරාපි කතා කරපු controls ටික වින්දයා. අපි මේ කතා කරපු controls ටික තිබුණ නැත්නම් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම cash වල වංචාවන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? පුළුවන්. Yes or no? මේ අපි කතා කරපු controls ටික තිබුණ නැත්නම් cash වල වංචාවන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? පුළුවන්. So the weaknesses of the internal control system itself is considered as an opportunity which leads to what? Fraud and errors. Yes or no? Yes. Employee attitudes, another factor which has a direct impact on fraud and errors. Agreed. Who will be committing frauds? Employees, management, and the parties who are responsible for good governance. So the attitudes of those people will have an impact on what? Fraud and errors. Yes or no? As head of finance of Brown's Hotels and Resorts, if I do not have the correct attitude, will that lead to fraud and errors? Yes. So the employee attitudes are considered as one of the critical aspects which leads to what? Fraud and errors. Finally, you have what? Incentives and pressure. So incentives and pressure may come from internal or external both. Clear? Incentives and pressures will come internal and external both. මේ දෙකෙන් එන්න පුළුවන්ද බැරිද? මේ දෙකෙන් එන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා. Agreed? Clear? So for an example, weaknesses in the internal control system itself is considered as what? Opportunity for fraud and errors, and it will create incentive to people to do frauds. Yes or no? Understand the logic? Weaknesses in the internal control systems itself is considered as an opportunity which will lead to fraud and errors. Yes or no? And on the same time, it gives an incentive to the people to commit frauds. ඒගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා නම් controls නැහැ කියලා උන් play කරන්න try කරනවද නැද්ද? try කරන්න. Yes or no? So that is why this is referred as what? Fraud triangle. හැබැයි fraud triangle කියලා තිබුණා කියලා බය වෙන්න එපා. So fraud triangle කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Fraud risk factors. Clear? So when you are doing a risk assessment, the standard says you need to consider about what? Consider about fraud risk factors. Clear? Got it? තේරුණාද? Then the third one. Online people, are we clear on this?
Yes.
Right. Third one. You need to infer from management with regard to the fraud and errors. Why? Because they are the people who run the business. Oh, they are the people who run the business. Clear? So you, as an external auditor, you came to the business organization for a limited period. ඔය ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන financial statement audit කරන්න. But board of directors and management are the people who run the entire show for the entire financial year. Then they are the people who exactly know what are the frauds which taken place in the business organization. Yes or no? ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි දන්නේ මොනවද මේ අවුරුද්දේ සිදුවෙච්ච වැරදි හා වංචා. ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි දන්නේ ඒකේ impact එක කොහොමද? What is the impact of that? and what are the actions that they have taken to mitigate those impact in the future. So because they are the people who run in the show. So therefore the standard says having discussions won't do the job unless otherwise you do a proper assessment, and these two will not fulfill the requirement until otherwise you inquire from management. Management එකෙන් ගිහලා අහන්න මොනවද මේ අවුරුද්දේ සිදුවෙච්ච වැරදි හා වංචා අපිට කියන්න එහෙම වෙලා තියෙනවා නම් මොකක්ද ඒක ඉම්පැක්ට් එක මොන වගේ ෆයිනෑන්ෂල් ඉම්පැක්ට් එකක්ද ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ ඒ වගේ එකක් අනාගතයේ ඇතිවීම වළක්වන්න මොකක්ද ඔයාලා අරගත්ත පියවර. So you need to question from the management with regard to what? Fraud and errors. It may be actual fraud and error which already occurred, or maybe a suspected fraud and error as well. Are we clear? තේරුණාද? Once you completed all these stuff, මේ හැම එකක්ම කළාට පස්සේ මොකක්ද හැම එකක්ම කියලා කියන්නේ? Having discussions with management, performing a proper risk assessment procedure, and make inquiries from the management with regard to fraud and errors. After performing all these procedures, when you identified a fraud or an error, or if you identify a situation which will lead to a fraud and error, you need to check the nature of the indication, possibility of converting that indication to a reality, and the impact to what? To the financial statement. So after performing all these three, when you identified an indication which leads to a fraud and error, you need to check the nature of the indication, possibility of that indication converted to a reality, finally the impact which will have on what? On the financial statement. So if you perform all these four, then you are a person who basically conducted your responsibility to the max. Agreed. But if you fail to perform all these four activities, then you're also responsible at the end of the day. Clear? තේරුණාද? So there are quite a lot of incidents where the auditor also pointed out in the courts due to the negligence with regard to what? Fraud and errors. The classic example would be what? Golden key. Golden key කියන කම්පැනි බංකොලොත් වුණානේ. ඒක බංකොලොත් උනේ කාගේ වරදින්ද? Golden key කියන selling group එකේ තිබිච්ච හොඳ කම්පැනියක්. කාගේ වරදින්ද බංකොලොත් උනේ? Management එකේ වරදි. But auditor වැරදිකාරයෙක් කරාද නැද්ද? කරා. Why? They had not performed the procedures which is expected to be performed by the auditor. තේරුණාද? ඔයා වරදක් කළේ නැති වුණත් වරදක් දැක දැක නිහඬව සිටීමත් වරදක්ද නැද්ද? වරදක්. Same thing. Agreed. So the primary responsibility for fraud and errors is vested with management. But it does not mean that as an auditor you are not having any responsibility. Yes, you do have a responsibility. You need to perform all these four. If you perform all these four, yes, you can say I have done my part. So nothing I can do about it. But if you fail to do this, then you also will be pointing somewhere down the line. තේරුණාද? Yes or no? Yes. Online people, are we clear? Got it? I put 5 numbers. මේකට වඩා එක හොඳයිනේ. මේක නේ basic වගේ දැක්කා. Same thing. But presentation matters, no? Agreed. But substance is the same, but the presentation matters. Clear? මේක නේ මම බැලුවා මට එච්චර නිකන් එකට යන ඇල්ලුවේ නෑ මේක. Sorry. මේක නේ මම බැලුවා නිකන් එකම දේ බට එන එක නේ හරි නෑ වගේ නිකන්. මේක වඩා අවුල්. ඊට පස්සේ තියෙන එක මේක දානවා. Same thing. But end of the day what? Presentation matters. Got it? Okay, මම numbers පහක් දැම්මා. විනාඩියක් කරන් මේ numbers පහේ පිළිවෙලට බලන්න පාඩම තේරුණාද කියලා. screen එක තරක් දාන්න. දනුකයක් ගත්ත වෙලාවෙ නම් ගහනවා photos. ඕක තමයි කරන්න අපේලාව එක. screen එක දාන්න screen එක දාන්න screen එක දාලා හරි හරි ඔය කියව ගන්න screen එකේ බිලුවට අවුල නැහැ නේ all good numbers දාපු බිලුවට කියව ගන්න බලන්න පාඩම clear තේරුණාද so this is how you are drawing what mastermind map හරිද මේක ඔයාට අරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා කියන්නේ so this will give you a massive advantage all clear තේරුණාද right so there are few notes that I need to give in the tut itself so I'll give you on next week මට ඒක මතක් කරන්න පොඩි spaces දෙකක් තියෙනවා notes වගේක් දෙන්න ඕනේ හරිද තියෙනවනේ මට ඒක මතක් කරන්න දැන් note එකක් දෙන්න වෙලා නැහැ right online people are we clear
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
right okay so you got the understanding right okay from physical people I want to ask a question are there any students who are just came today only for this space session එහෙම ඉන්න නතුසන් ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ කියන්නේ අද මේ free session එක නිසා ආපු කට්ටිය නේද are you continuing this ඒක මං අහන්නේ okay anyone who went to previous when මොන other institutes ඉන්නවද මෙතන that's okay that's fine in corporate level එකේ වෙන කොහේ හරි lectures ගිය කට්ටිය ඉන්නවද no right so all the people now 18 people are here physically so you are planning to continue the classes right okay so this is what my methodology is all about do I need to change it or can I continue මේක මගේ methodology එක පුතා මම උගන්වන විදිය මේක වෙනස් කරන්න ඕන මේක හරිද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට හරියනවද good good right okay online people are there any students who are joining today for the first time පොඩක් එහෙම කට්ටිය රේස් කරන්න බලන්න පොඩක් පොඩි වේව් එකක් දාන්න බලන්න අද මේ free session එකට join වෙච්ච කට්ටිය that's okay but I just want to know right okay කවුරුත් එහෙම wave කරන්නේ නැහැ right so I hope that I give you a detailed understanding with regard to the pilot paper where we spend almost 2 hours where you got a in detail understanding on the pilot paper as well and I hope you got a detailed understanding with regard to a auditing standard which is tested frequently at the exam, which is considered as one of the complex standards in your syllabus, where I tried my level best to simplify that to a great extent, and I believe that I have achieved the target as well. Clear? Right, so we'll continue with the same momentum until we cross the line. Okay, so you need to keep up the good work, and you need to basically focus the subject much harder, because when you compare the paper with the previous paper, so I'll be very open, it would be a tough paper. Okay, so from day one onwards, you need to have the attention until you cross the line as well. Clear? Right, so next week I will be starting another standard, but before I start the next week class, but just remind me that I need to give a note in your tute itself. Tute එක පොඩි note එකක් දෙන්න තැන හිස්තැන් කීපයක් තියෙනවා, so I need to fulfill that as well. Clear? Right, okay, thank you very much guys. So I'll see you on next week. Thank you.
Can someone unmute and say yes? Any other?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So in this session, we have to continue LKS 36. LKS 36, what we started in the previous session. So if we quickly recall, what is simply meant by impairment loss? Can it be identified for liabilities? No. Impairment loss is always about assets. And when we have an asset, if we are not in a position to recover the carrying amount of that asset, we identify such as an impairment loss. Okay, so that was the whole lot of idea which we discussed relating to impairment loss. So now let's quickly rush through the 3 questions which I asked to complete before starting of this session. I assume you have done that, right? I assume. So since it's assumption, no good or bad or no සැප දුක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ, සතුටක් නැහැ, දුකක් නැහැ කරලා තිබ්බත් නේද ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. But anyway you have to do, right? So let's start from 2023 June paper. So it is question number 2023 June, question number 2, right? 3. Question number 3. Okay. Let's read the question first and let's see how the things are going on. Okay, hope everyone can see this one. Let's first see the requirement. Based on the information available, recommend whether an impairment test is required for the following cash generating units for the year ended 31st March 2023. Right, cash generating units means what? So when one standalone asset, individual asset can't generate cash flow. For example, if we take this classroom and if I take this smart board itself, having this smart board will not generate cash flows. So to generate cash flows, to generate income, simply the class fee income, this smart board need to be there, all this desk and all need to be there, the entire classroom need to be there. Right? Without that, we can't generate cash flows. අපි නිකම්ම මෙතනින් smart board එකක් හිටවලා තිබ්බා කියලා සල්ලි හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. Right? Smart board එකත් එක්ක ඔන්න ලොතරැයියක් හම්බෙලා ඒක ඇදෙනවා නම් හම්බෙන්න පුළුවන් සල්ලි. හැබැයි එහෙම හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට smart board එක තිබ්බා කියලා අපිට සල්ලි හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා to generate cash flows, we need this entire group of assets. So the smallest group of assets that can generate cash flows is the cash generating unit. සල්ලි generate කරන unit එක. A group of assets. So here in this question we can see we have 3 units: medical equipment unit, hotel unit and automobile unit. We need to identify whether an impairment test is required or not. So when determining whether we need to test even a cash generating unit or one single asset for impairment, what is the paragraph we have to apply? අපි මොන වෙලාවෙද impairment test කරන්න ඕන? Paragraph 9 says what? At the end of each reporting period, we have to test whether there are any impairment indications. If there are any impairment indication, then we have to test for impairment. If there are no any impairment indication, nothing to do, nothing to worry, right? ඔන්න ඔය concept එක තමයි apply කරන්න තියෙන්නේ. But at the same time, paragraph 10 refers to something. What is that? Mandatory testing for impairment. We have 3 assets. We need to test for impairment irrespective of whether there are any impairment indications. මොනවාද assets තුන? Goodwill on business acquisition, intangible assets not yet available for use, intangible assets with an indefinite useful lifetime. So that is relating to specific individual assets. But if we refer to cash generating units, paragraph 90 says what? Summary. Paragraph 90 says what? When there is a goodwill allocated to a cash generating unit, that entire cash generating unit will require to test for impairment on annual basis, even though there are impairment indications present or not. Why? Because goodwill itself can't generate cash flows. හොඳ නමක් තිබ්බා කියලා සල්ලි එන්නේ නැහැ. Right? Okay. එහෙනම් ඔන්න ඔය කතාව තමයි මෙතන ඔයාලා check කරන්න තියෙන්නේ. Next one. Based on the information available, propose how the impairment loss of the transport unit shall be allocated. So for this we might refer paragraph 9. Still I did not read the question. මම තාම හිතනවා මට මොනවාද refer කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. Then I can refer paragraph 10. Then at the same time I might refer paragraph 90. Then next one. Propose how the impairment loss shall be allocated. What is the paragraph referring to allocation of impairment loss into cash generating unit, individual assets? මොකක්ද paragraph එක? No. ඊට එහායින් තියෙන. cash generating unit එකට impairment loss allocate කරන paragraph එක මොකක්ද? paragraph දෙකක් අපි refer කරන්න ඕන. 104 and 105. Good. 104 and 105. In this 104, I told you 4 steps to follow. Then 105 says we can't reduce an individual asset below a certain amount. Right? හරි. අපි බලමු. The finance team of XYZ is in the process of finalizing its financial statements for the year ended 31st March 2023. They are currently discussing the following matters. Impairment indicator assessment. That means they have assessed the impairment indications. The accountant has gathered information about the following cash generating units. Number 1, medical equipment unit. This unit includes non-amortizing licenses but no goodwill. The performance of the unit exceeds initial expectation. Medical equipment කියලා unit එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒකේ යාලා විකුණන්නේ medical equipment කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. lab items කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. ඒකේ performance එක අපි හිතුවට වඩා හොඳයි. ඒ unit එක profitable business එකක් company එකම කියලා හිතන්න. ඔය company හොඳට profitable company එකක්. Still do we need to test for impairment? මෙතන impairment indication එකක් තියෙනවද? impairment indication එකක් නෑ. paragraph 12 වල කියන internal external impairment indication එකක් නෑ. company එක හොඳට දුවනවා නම් company recover කරගන්න බැරි වෙයි කියලා හිතන්න පුළුවන්ද අපිට? මේ අලුතින් ගත්ත කාර් එකක් ලස්සන 30 තියෙනවා. ඕකේ carrying amount එක recover කරගන්න බැරි වෙයි කියලා ඔයාලට හිතෙනවද? හිතෙන්නේ නෑනේ. හැබැයි ඔය කාර් එක යන ගමන් කොහේ හරි හප්පනවා. එතකොට හිතෙනවද? එතකොට හිතෙනවා. right? ඒ වගේ impairment indication එකක් තියෙන්න ඕන. දැන් මෙතන performance එක හොඳට තියෙනවා නම් there are no any impairment indication. Right? So the initial thing is if there are no any impairment indication, no need to test for impairment. හරිනේ. හැබැයි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. මොකද්ද? This unit includes non-amortizing licenses. Non-amortizing licenses. Why an intangible asset will not be amortized? ඇයි අපිට intangible asset එක amortize කරන්න බැරි? amortization calculate කරන්න නම් අපි මොකද්ද ගන්න ඕන? depreciable amount එක නැත්නම් amortize කරන්න පුළුවන් amount එක බෙදන්න ඕන මොකෙන්ද? useful lifetime එකෙන්. ඒතර amortization calculate කරන්න බෑ කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද අපිට හොයාගන්න බැරි? useful lifetime එක. ඒ කියන්නේ useful lifetime එක indefinite. ඒතර මෙතන තියෙන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ? මේ license එක intangible asset with an indefinite useful lifetime. එතකොට paragraph 10 වල මොකද්ද කියන්නේ? mandatory testing for impairment. එතකොට even though there are no impairment indications, since this cash generating unit includes an intangible asset with an indefinite useful lifetime, we have to test this for